And we are live here with Retro Rally number 9, the final free-for-all here on MKC for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. My name's Spicy. I'm joined on the mic here with my good friend Bubbles. How are we doing today?
Doing great, Spicy. It's a little early on a Saturday morning for me, but it's always a good time for Mario Kart. 9 retro rewinds. And this is the final one, is it not? The final send-off
Correct.
rally. Sorry. Got those R words confused. But really excited to be here. Lots of good Mario Kart to come. Another free-for-all, another chance for the crown, and this time there are no restrictions. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah, in the past retro rallies, we've been seeing different gimmicks, whether it be kind of focusing on the retro courses from like the different titles and kind of using characters that are introduced into those various games. Saw it pretty much all the way up until this last one here. But now, Retro Rally number 9, no restrictions. And not only are we no restrictions in the rule set, but this is open to pretty much all players across the world. We have 132 names here. In the past, it was primarily focused on the North American scene, but now with this time, you're able to see players from Europe step in. There's a few Japanese players as well. You got players all over the globe here for this final free for all, so it's going to be an absolutely exciting one here.
Oh boy. There's just a world of possibilities when you get people from all over the world racing for the crown. And it's I've loved this tournament series for the sole fact that it's been focused on, you know, paying homage to specific Mario Karts, GameCube, DS, 64, etc. But this is 8 Deluxe. This is all about 8 Deluxe. We've played this game for how many years now? When was it released? 2017. So we've been on 8 Deluxe for about 5 years. Is that correct?
2017, we're pushing almost 8 now. It's crazy to think about it like
Oh
that.
my goodness. It's been a long time that we've been playing this game, but we've seen a lot of the metagame develop throughout that time. In
Right.
fact, we've seen it patched and changed midway through the booster course pass. You know, Spicy, I started right as Wave 6 dropped, so I never knew the struggles of getting target shocked on Ninja Hideaway. I never knew the Waluigi Wiggler meta. So this tournament is special for me because this is kind of where I started, and this is a culmination of all the progress we've made, all the strats we've made, all the free-for-all racing strategies against other players that we've made. And this tournament, this crown, is special in that way to me.
And that's a great way to put it. It's a very special event, kind of the culmination of everything we built up. It's another great transition as well. We were talking about how the previous iterations of Retro Rally were focusing on the other games. Retro Rally number 8 was focusing on the pre-Wave 4 meta. So this is where we saw all the Waluigi Wigglers. We were seeing things like those heavier metas pretty much, where speed was pretty dominant there. And now in comparison, very focused on those mini turbos, just getting all those snakings in, just the little drifts, each and every one. It's so awesome just seeing like, especially you look at things like world records, how different that is like a couple years back to now. It's just the growth, the evolution of this game. And 8 years pretty much, a long time for 8 Deluxe, but to have it come down to this, it's a beautiful thing at this point. And I gotta ask how it feels for you, especially. This is kind of a culmination of kind of like the franchise in a way. And as someone you were like very prominent in the Wii setting as well, how's it feel kind of seeing like just this evolution pretty much of this entire like community of this entire game, I guess?
I've been in the community for about a year and a half, and it's hard for me not to draw comparisons between my years in the Wii era versus 8 Deluxe. The games are so different, and that's what I love about each iteration of Mario Kart. It's so different from the last. There's always some new gimmick. In Mario Kart Wii, it introduced bikes and tricks, and in Wii, the gameplay style is so much different. Or I should say, in 8 Deluxe, the style is so much different. Snaking is a thing. There are no wheelies. You cannot just wheelie straight to the next turn and then get the first tier of mini turbo, because that's all that was available for the inside drifting bikes. Is just the blue mini turbo, and that's it. You just wheelie to the next turn. But in 8 Deluxe, there's snaking strats, there's wall dodging, there's, well, red shells actually work in 8 Deluxe, which is a huge difference. And that just, it's a snowball effect. Reds working in 8 Deluxe changes how you play in the front. It changes so much about the race dynamics wherever you are in the pack. The games are so different, and I love that for each game of Mario Kart. And moving into looking forward to Mario Kart World, this is making me even more excited for the new game. I need to stay focused on this one, though. Very excited to just see and learn and observe how all these strategies develop. Each game has their own form of skill expression, skill ceiling. I can't say whether or not one game is, requires more skill than the other, but it's fun to see the top players in their element, which we will see today from round 1 to the final round, express their skill and just the artistry on the racetrack. And that's what I can't wait to see today.
Yeah, I love the idea of like skill expression here. We're going to kick off this first round here with room number 10, I believe. So got Mudkey, King Tyler, Dugo, Short Steel, Robertal, Statical X, Zephyr, Yair, Panda, Shadow, Gecko, and Mogi Wogi Doki Logi, otherwise known as BDD Tyler with 3 R's. Great room to kick us off here, and it kind of just talked about how like it's so awesome getting to see like the top level and kind of like their skill expression there. You got a lot of talent in this room. There's so much like skill just like looking throughout this entire tournament lineup. It's gonna be like great just to see like after like 8 years of just 8DX, pretty much after over 10 years of Mario Kart 8, and now after after 2 years now of this wave, or after the post wave 4 meta, just seeing the evolution, the growth, how much things have like grown, evolved from the start of like wave 4, just seeing how this new meta has evolved and just been like how it's really just transpired. It's going to be so cool to see, and just kind of going off all the points there, it's hard not to be excited. Final FFA for 8DX before we go into MK World, but it doesn't mean anyone's going to stop the hype here.
True. There are still some people who religiously play Mario Kart Wii, and I love that for the game's longevity. It's just a good, solid Mario Kart game, which both Wii and 8 Deluxe are. People will still continue to play those games for a long time to come because they're just pastimes at this point.
I like the idea of the pastimes, yeah.
Yeah. We should be getting into the first races pretty soon. Room 10. Yeah? Okay. Should be getting into those soon. Speaking of no restrictions on this one, technically this opens up some things from the last Retro Rally that weren't available before. Would that be like tour tracks? What was the last Retro Rally? Was that 8U?
The last Retro Rally was 8 Deluxe, but everything in like the old meta, I guess. So you were focusing a lot on like the speed-based stuff there. So, and everything after from wave 4, 5, 6 was banned. So you're going to see those last 3 waves be implemented now. And especially if after looking at what courses were added in waves 4 through 6, a lot of those have become meta staples, whether you look in the free-for-all, 2v2, 6v6 settings, they're all just really prominent now. You think of courses like Waluigi Stadium, Koopa Cape, kind of defining tracks and like those like mid spots or just shroom up spots. You see other courses like Wii Rainbow Road, another iconic track, seen at pretty much all levels of play now. DK Mountain, another course you are very familiar with. That's like a lot of courses here, like in 4, 5, 6, have been just staples of this game now. It's kind of weird to think about how at least just like they weren't always here. But now in this last Retro Rally, they get the shine. So it's going to be cool seeing how these players, especially the ones who've been playing all the other Retro Rallies, how are they going to change things up now that they have no restrictions, everything's all good.
I hope to see a lot of those tracks from waves 4, 5, and 6 because unlike a lot of the players, that's what I started with. DK Mountain, as you know, one of my favorite tracks. Very bumpy, unpredictable, but that's what I love about it. And of course, We Rainbow Road, a classic. How could you not end the Booster Course Pass on such an amazing track? We are going to be transitioning into the races soon. We're watching Gecko and Mudkey from Room 10. Gecko is coming back after not playing for a few months. And this is what you love to see from tournaments like this, the final send-off tournaments where people get the itch to come back to the game and say, you know what, I'll give it one last try. And Gecko is here for that.
Yeah, it's cool. I'm looking at Gecko's tournament history, and one of the big things that sticks out for Gecko is they haven't played an MKU since season 24. That ended June of last year. They're also going to be, in terms of the FFA tournaments, their last tournament before Retro Rally 8 was the 2020 Secret Santa FFA. So we're talking
Wow.
5 years almost of just not playing really that much in terms of activity here. Monkey, I know, has been around, been prominent in like that mid div level, those lower levels of high div as well on Solar Storm. Been around for a bit now. Has, I think we started around the same time actually, so should be great. It's an awesome set of players we're gonna have here and a great room as well.
Boy, this is why we're here. You know, the urge to come back is really strong here for the last tournament because you never really know what you had until it's gone. And like we said before, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is not going anywhere. For anybody that's concerned, oh, we're all going to go to World, 8 Deluxe is going to die. No. The answer is no. People are still going to play 8 Deluxe. We're still going to show this game the same love, respect, and playtime it reserves. But, you know, every new Mario Kart, it goes through its shiny new toy phase. So there's going to be a lot of attention and hype on that. But for now, we are playing Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and we are going onto a classic Coconut Mall for race 1.
You talked about it being a classic, and that's a great way to put this here. You see Maul at all levels of play. You see this at the casual level as well. Mudkey here with the Mario, gonna take us here. Our first trip into the shopping mall, just see what are we gonna do? What's the options we're gonna be looking to buy here? See what we get at this first item set. You typically see people just try and go for like a mushroom if they're in those mids pack, but obviously gonna have some coins, get a little bit of spending money here as they end up falling into this mid pack here as everyone else shrooms up. But hey, in mall, that's not a bad thing.
There seems to be one red Yoshi that was very confused at the start. Maybe going backwards, looking for a place to park in the parking lot. But you're right. In the mall, there's so many options. Just like a real shopping mall, you can run forwards, you can bag. In lap one, there's a certain amount of importance on lap one in any given race, and on Coconut Mall, lap one really doesn't matter where you are. You can play it so many different ways. You can navigate the mall in so many different directions. And we see a couple players opting to start in the back, get some mushrooms, move up to the front. And a big part of this race is choosing your opportunity to move up to the front. This boomerang from Tyler is very dangerous. People don't want to get hit, don't want to lose that shopping money that you worked so hard to earn. Moving into lap 3, we see a lot of players in the back. This race is looking a little bit volatile. Do you think the shock might be in play?
I'm starting to look at the map and I'm wondering about the distance. I think it's at a great point, especially because we haven't seen anything yet here. Gecko opting to use the mushroom they got from the food court, now able to just cut ahead, get some extra distance here. Has the green, has some form of defense here, trying to see if they get anything else. Okay, a little more spending money in their pocket, but 3 bills in play. There's no sign of shock yet. Haven't seen a blue shell. UMT glider once again coming out here. That is going to take away Gecko's form of defense. But Gecko looks like they're going to be able to just at least take first place. There's a shock coming in pretty late, but one Yoshi looks like they dodged pretty high up also.
Mudkey coming in the bill, last ditch effort to gain some spots, going to pass a few people. And Gecko up in first place, showing no signs of rust. Plus 15 off the rip. Mudkey not looking so good. Maybe had a little bit trouble in the mid pack. It might have been a Black Friday sale or something. I was loving all the puns there, Spicy. Good stuff. You still got it. Just like Gecko still got it on the racetrack.
Oh yeah, Gecko's still got it. There's certain things that don't go away here. You have a driver's license for a reason, might as well use it. So here we are, trying to see what else is coming in. And we talked about how Wave 4 through 6 brought out a lot of maps that are kind of like staples. You're already seeing it in play here. Two picks of Waluigi Stadium from Wave 4, DK Mountain from Wave 6, Athens Dash from Wave 5, and you have a couple other things thrown in as well. It's interesting to see three of the selections being the F-Zero tracks. You see Big Blue twice, Mute City once, and some other interesting options too. MKS, tried and true staple in these FFAs. So wonder where we're gonna be going here as we go into race 2.
Spicy, do you think players more often than not pick their favorite track or pick for their spot? Because like I see two big blues on the board, which are just gambling tracks. But and I know some people really like Big Blue, but it's so. Can you depend on it? Like, do you pick your favorite track? What track are you picking in an event like this? Do you pick for your spot or do you pick your favorite track?
I kind of do a mix of both whenever I'm playing like in an FFA or in like a lounge setting. I'll consider the spot I'm in, but a lot of it does come down to just overall track confidence. Like if you see the player who picked Mute City here, they pick it because they know they're good at the track here. You don't pick Mute City unless you have that kind of confidence in yourself. You know about the shroomless cut there, which just saves so much time here. A lot of players who are able to just execute on that, they just have that kind of confidence. We're gonna see if Gecko maybe goes for it here, knowing that if they get it, this is gonna save them a bunch of
Oh,
time. Sets up, chance the
oh,
trick.
wait, safe?
Unfortunately, missing all of that, and I was so hoping they were able to just cut off that wall, but unfortunately get blocked off there.
I appreciate the attempt, and that's something I would do. Of course, you got to go all in, especially with the first race result. There's a little bit of a padding in terms of points. Plus 15 on the board is already really good. Going for that Nisk, you just got to go for it, man. You can't be afraid of something like that. And I appreciate that Gecko is not afraid to do that. It's super hard Nisk, harder due to the meta change. Now that I think about it, I remember a lot of people when I asked, "Can you do the mute cityness?" They said, "Well, I used to be able to do it on the Waluigi Wiggler meta," and that makes sense because Waluigi Wiggler has a lot more like anti-grav speed. It's a lot easier to just get over all of that dirt, but with the meta change, with even like Mario and Diddy Kong, it's not so easy anymore, is it?
It really isn't, no, just the Wigglers and the Waluigis having the higher speed. That higher speed meta in general, it made certain things like that just easier in a sense because you can rely on that kind of just an extra boost in a way, just from being able to set up here. And especially when you consider that Gecko's on Diddy Kong, a character with even less speed than the
Do it
traditional
again.
meta now with Yoshi, able to get the this time.
Yeah.
And as the plant,
No.
oh no, they still able to get alive, stay alive though. They are going to have to settle for a ninth place spot. Monkey also going in 10. So not a great situation for our POVs here. But you look at this, it's a lot of change ups so far already. Tyler in first now, Shadow in second. It's still close overall.
Gecko only got plus 4 points, but plus 15 respect from me for that. I'm a big believer in just going for it. And if you're too afraid, I lose respect for you. I'm going to be honest. I recently asked my team because we've been picking Mute City a little bit more.
Mhm.
I asked guys, we pick Mute City because we have the advantage. We know how to do the Nisk, right? And then I actually went and asked everybody individually, and only two of us can actually do the Nisk. So I was a little bit disappointed, and we had a little bit of a TT session and a group study there. But the harder Nisks give you so much more of an advantage, especially when you can do them consistently. And that's what separates the better players from the middle of the pack. Because this game, as you know, is a game of inches, it is a game of milliseconds. And you got to take every single advantage that you can get on every single track. What is that, a pipe frame? Oh, I like that.
Yeah, I think I saw Pipe Frame as well. You've actually been noticing Pipe Frame has been pretty prominent in these like FFA tournaments now that I think about it. It's not a terrible option here. It's kind of off meta, yes, but it still has very comparable stats to some of the more traditional tried and true options like that Teddy Buggy as well. So it can kind of hold its own here. You gotta need anything to have to hold your own on Ribbon Road. You talked about how you got to go have that confidence to take these cuts in Mute City. On Ribbon Road, it's a very similar situation. If you don't have that confidence to take those cuts, you are losing a lot of time here. And with two of them, especially, you really have to just buckle down, feel that confidence, and just kind of just trust your gut. Otherwise, you're going to be losing out spots. You don't really want to have that kind of situation, especially if you're trying to front run this course. But you're noticing how the pack is already kind of devolved. Monkey's probably going to try and drop out for his blue shell as well. So, and now it's a
Boy.
matter of who's going to get hit by it. It's a lot of chaos already up here. It connects on the panda, and Monkey's still alive.
Still alive, but at what cost? The front of the pack slowed down so much, allowing the back to catch up, probably able to hold some power items up to the front. A horn and pocket for Gecko is really good, although the blue shell just came. And you know what there hasn't been yet? A lightning bolt. And they
True.
have been at distance for quite a while. We might see one right here or at the next set. I'm fairly confident it's going to happen, but you never know.
Yeah, you never know. A second blue shell is in play, though. You saw three bills were in there as well. A lot of this pack has gone real close here. Monkey's gonna stay alive, at least on the track as they get hit out, matching this fire forward, trying to see if they're able to do anything here. You see Gecko once again just holding strong. We were talking about how everyone else was just kind of struggling in that pack. Gecko, sizable lead with that double defense, able to get first. Monkey trying to steal some extra spots as well. Has the golden mushroom, uses it to its limited advantages at times, and then still able to get six. Solid spot overall in what was a pretty chaotic race.
It was very chaotic, and it makes me think about the strategies these players are employing on all of these races. And obviously, getting hit with an item is very, very bad. You don't want to get hit with an item. But you're getting hit with items in this room in everywhere pretty much below third place. So we saw Gecko a lot up in the front on Coconut Mall, on Mute City until the lap one Nisk was failed, and on Ribbon Road as well. The front is so very safe that I think it's proving to be a huge advantage in this room to just stay in the front. Although, it can get a little bit hairy when you try to drop for the blue shell and then the person who you drop for also drops and there's a little bit of a cluster. But generally, being up in the front in this room is proving to be good. But Daisy Circuit, decent shortcut at the start. Let's see if the middle spots can get up to the front and do that same front run, that strong presence, that strong showing that we've been seeing from Gecko so far.
Yeah, you mentioned it, but Daisy Circuit is a track where traditional Shroomer here in this game, you're able to just get into the front early if you're able to take that cut. A lot of players not able to, it looks like here, and this pack is suddenly very different. It looks like Monkey is fighting for first up in the top with that Mario here. Gecko falling all the way after getting hit. It's now settling for these like bottom four spots now. But hey, you have the shroom, you are going for those coins. I like that kind of option here just to kind of make sure you're kind of building yourself up for the resources. Unfortunately, getting red shelled in 11th, you hate to see it, but Monkey in second with a shroom as well as a green has a couple options here as we're approaching this next cut.
Mudkey looking good, 10 coins in the pocket. Not coins are not just good on Coconut Mall. They're good everywhere. As you know, coins increase your top speed by a very, very large margin. Pretty easy to get on Daisy Circuit, especially on the last, not the last turn, the big hairpin turn at the end here. Second place, also a good spot to be, in addition to first, as long as you're not getting pelted with items from first and third. Speaking of shock, I was talking about it a little bit on Ribbon, where a lot of people were in the back, but there is a computer player in the room, and that means
Correct.
there are not as many people chaining items, rolling for the shock item as we might think. So now that I think about it, shock might not be as common as or as much of a factor as I might have thought, which would lead to the front being strong. Of course, just I was thinking it as I was saying it. The shock happens, and Mudkey is as good as gone out of the front. And look who it is.
Insane how all of
Gecko.
this happens, and Gecko is in first after all of this, even got double defense right at the end. You mentioned the shock not really being a factor until it was, and how it changed up everything, really. Gecko, we saw what happened at the beginning. They just got sent tumbling all the way down, got hit out super early. Did it matter? No, you saw that expertise really just starts to come in, that kind of experience that is just so pivotal here. It's like, okay, we can just make anything work here. We'll be able to just make our way back up here, get ourselves into a great spot. So when the shock does happen, knowing it might happen, doesn't matter if it's going to be a player, doesn't matter if it's going to be a bot. They're going to be in a great situation to make the most of it and able to get first. Like, that's actually a really insane showing there.
Gecko hasn't played in competition for a little while, but the only thing that rusts after not playing in competition for a while is your technical skill, like soft drifting, taking turns tight, and etc. But one thing that doesn't really go away are instincts, experience. And when you play from the back and get a power item or the lightning bolt or a bullet bill or something, you have to choose the right opportunity to move up the pack in the race. And Gecko is showing that the instinct is still there. The ability to route away from the back to the front is still there. And another plus 15 to Gecko for Gecko. You'll love to see that.
They love to see that. And here we are now. Mario Kart Stadium, track number one in this game, at least in terms of order here. You can have your opinions whatsoever on this track. But it's a pretty common track in FFA and really in Lounge, and for decent reasons here. It's one of those tracks where you can kind of control things, at least from the back, where items are just so prevalent on here. You can actually also front run this, but this track, let's be honest, is defined by the glider here, at least in the past few years, where motion glider is so pivotal. You saw the players already turning on motion glider before we even got here, because just look how important it is, and they're saving it for now. I love the use of that just to just get into these better spots, but it's still here in 10. But you're able to kind of make something out of it with these bagging opportunities as well. Trying to see what's going to be the option here going into lap 2 and eventually lap 3. Wow, here's shock.
Okay, lightning bolt is in play, but when to use it? Whenever you pull shock, you're on a timer because when somebody has a lightning bolt, it becomes more common for another person to pull. So lots of people going into dodges here. Does Monkey chain it? No, still holding the lightning bolt, waiting for people to come out of dodges.
Ooh,
Good shock there. Still a little bit of distance to the front. Mudkey's probably planning on getting something
great
good.
pull.
And with motion on, that is a great pull. All that's left is the motion glider at the end.
Yeah, and the blue shell is going to be coming out their way as well. So this is a great spot here for Mudkey. Has the shrooms, has the resources, has the win condition here. Has to avoid getting trailed. Matricide in first now, it looks like, or in second. But this shroom, one more shot here. Gonna see if Mudkey's able to do it. And Mario Kart Stadium is won here by the Mario player, and that's a Super Mario move from Monkey, able to use the shrooms, the motion glider, and a very great first place. Gonna put them in an very comfortable position where they're contending now for those like top 6 spots.
I was talking about using or identifying the correct window to move up to the front. And Mudkey was holding that shock for an amount of time that I admit made me a little bit uncomfortable. But the chain at the end of lap 2, that option was there, but there were 2 stars in play. There was a bill going, maybe even 2 bills. So it was a little bit of a risk to hold that shock through that item set, but it proved to be useful, dodging nobody and giving Mudkey triple shrooms, which was just enough room to move up to first place. Beautifully played, wonderful patience.
Yeah, I love to see patience be a big thing here, especially in FFA, because like it can be so difficult to like kind of maintain composure or kind of find the right opportunity in a free for all setting. You lose your item, and then suddenly there's at least about 11 players who are trying to hit you out at any given time. We're going to Big Blue, a track we've talked about at length a couple times before, just because of like how chaotic it can really be. The cannon set's devastating at times. Monkey, unfortunately, pressing the home button there afterwards, knowing, hey, unfortunate situation, just a little bit of a reset here. But hey, on Big Blue, a lot of stuff happens, and on lap 1, maybe not so much, but everything
Ooh.
is determined here when you have that cannon set going into lap 3.
The cannon set I think of as a lottery ticket, and you know, I haven't really thought of it much, but how important or good is it being in one of the top spots going into the cannon set? Like, there's so many chances for the blue
Oh,
shell to be pulled right before. This is interesting
oh,
strat. I've never done this before. Wow, it works. Okay. Gecko's still got it. Okay. Okay, going into the cannon,
oh!
a crazy 8 in 4th. That is nuts. And the only question is the shock pulled? Where is it? And when do we use this crazy 8 star? That is the best spot to use it, I think. If the shock is pulled, it's either that cannon set or right after. And
Oh!
there it is. Wow. This star lasted just enough time. Gecko used it at the exact right moment to shock dodge into first, still with triple shrooms and defense in the pocket. It's all but sealed.
Yeah, Gecko is going to have a master class here. We talked about the evolution of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. You haven't really seen that ultra shortcut on 150cc up until recently, and you like never see it online. But Gecko pulling it out and to get that cut got them into 4th place, which on Big Blue is actually one of the prime spots to be in for those like for the cannon set, and you saw what they pulled, the crazy 8 in pocket. The star that they got from that was able to dodge the shock, and then with all of those items coming through, the blue shell also targeting first place. An amazing just turn of events there. Gecko able to get another first place here, and what a tournament it's been for them so far.
When you get that crazy 8 in pocket, I'm thinking to myself, okay, obviously, when do I use this? But that's the instinct factor that I was talking about before. Gecko's star was less than a half second from running out when that lightning bolt hit,
Mhm.
which is just crazy to me. The timing on that, the ability, the patience to hold that star for that long, and it ended up paying off beautifully. And that's one of the things that I was talking about before. You just can't teach. It just comes with experience. Predicting when the other players are going to use their items at what they deem the best spot available. Oh, I love this
Yeah.
track, Spicy. Grim Ridge is an absolute classic. Loved it in the DS, loved it in every other game that it's been in. The only one of the only tracks that doesn't have a static item box set. They are always on the move, just like our racers on Shroom Ridge.
That's a great point here, and it's actually gonna open up things for like almost traditional bagging in a sense, where you're able to kind of just stay at a set because the set's moving. You're able to just stay back there for an extended period of time if you would like here. Not sure if that's gonna be an option yet. Might see a couple players go back for it if necessary later on. But the nice thing about Shroom Ridge, it's so fun to drive, and it's really rewarding for how tight you're able to hold on to this first place. Gecko now playing a bit from the back, but has the star, has the shrooms, and has the resource to maybe make something happen here, especially going for these coins. Already now at 9, has to avoid getting started out here, but so far in a great spot at this time. Is Tygor getting back to a rough spot at that moment, but still solid overall here.
Inning star to star, this is good because the shock is definitely in play, or able to be pulled, not necessarily in play. That's bad verbiage by me, but chaining star to star is really
Wow.
important. Yeah, that's. eh, I say this facetiously sometimes, but good players pull good items. And of course, the items are all random, as we know. There's certain percentages to it, but we see the Diddy Kong in a star again. There is a bot in the room, as we mentioned before. This I think effectively lowers the overall chance of a lightning bolt. Might keep getting redded out at a crucial point in the race. No mushroom from the item box would have been really nice to have, but Red Shell's going crazy. Gonna gain one spot over Short
Ooh,
Seal. Trails him again. Oh no. Wait, no. Short Seal got over the finish line. Ooh, that was a close one. That barrage
that
of red
was.
shells almost felt like triple red shells, just three individual ones instead.
Yeah. Kind of bit of a callback there of those triple reds, setting up for the standings in a really tight spot as well after these races. So have to wonder what's going through the minds of these players now after all of this. It's been close pretty much overall, and it's just been one of the best things here going into race 8, the end of the first round, at least I believe. So this is going to see kind of be like the tipping point for who's going to be moving on into this next round and such. And it's a big deal to move on in these rooms with how talented these pools are nowadays. It's really anyone's guess to what's going to be happening here. You're seeing the mix of these tracks as well. Back to Athens Dash, there's the Sunset Wilds being thrown out, DK Mountain and Vancouver coming in as well, representing the waves 4 through 6. Got some base game picks as well as we go over to Shy Guy Falls. I believe that was Gecko who ended up getting their track selection here.
Is that right? Yeah, the me matches up. This is let's see, this is race 8, which is the final one of round 1. Looking at scores, Gecko's in the lead with 70. Then we got Dugo right behind at 66, Tyler 63, and I believe it's top 8 move on. Is that correct?
I think so. I'm
Okay. Top 8. Okay. So 3 of our human players will be eliminated here, and it's pretty close in the standings from what I'm seeing. Between I think Short Seal and Bull Red, and maybe even Static from Germany. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on those racers in the final results. But there are a few racers, or stream participants, to name a few, Mudkey and Gecko. Let's see a display of skill. This is one of the tougher NISCs to do. No item shortcut. But handled beautifully. You can do it in a few different ways. You can do the super mini turbo method or just the standard mini turbo method. The super mini turbo method a lot safer, as we saw Mudkey going for lap 1. Let's see if Gecko goes for a lap 2. And judging by Gecko's body language from their willingness to do all the other shroomless shortcuts, I think they'll go for it again. What do you think?
I would agree. I would agree. I'm interested to see the method they're going for. It looks sort of like they're going for the SMT variation here. It's traditionally seen as the easier one, and they're able to execute this pretty nicely as well. Able to get the mini turbo trick at that point, and they're able to just show off why they picked this course here, and they're able to hold on to first here. Panda in second, Monkey in third. You see the drop for the blue shell, and Gecko, the experience that is
Wow.
shining today. Absolute clinic in terms of just the knowing when to make everything work there, and everything's seeming to go perfectly fine here. While Mudkey is in this mid pack that has gotten super close so far.
Mid-pack tight means defend yourself. Get those triple reds out. This mushroom would be great for the shortcut at the end, but how long can you afford to hold this mushroom, Mudkey? These other racers have no idea what is waiting in the pocket. As the mushroom goes out, multiple stars in front, though, all of a sudden the tables have turned. Mudkey's the one in danger, unable to move up, but it doesn't really matter. The stage is set, the points are locked in. Mudkey's moving on to the next round, we know for sure. We'll keep an eye on the top 8 overall, because they are the ones who will be moving on, and we will see them now. Oh, there's a tie.
Oh, there's a tie.
Oh, there's a tie.
So okay, this is going to
Oh
be
boy.
potentially dramatic. I'm interested to see what happens. I know a few ninths are going to make it in, but I wonder if there's going to be a necessary tiebreaker here between Short Seal and Bull Red. Bull Red, I want to say, is Robertala, I think. I have to check the room just to be safe here. Yeah, Robertala and Short Seal are the two players who are tied for 8th at this time. So I don't know
Ooh.
what if there is going to be a final overall player list, but at least I'd be interested to watch a tiebreaker here. It's just a matter of seeing is it going to happen. And you look at how Static was like really close to that cutoff point as well. They finished right behind Mudkey in 7th place. Have to wonder if they were just able to pull ahead. We could have been seeing maybe even a 3-way tie here for that last spot.
Oh my God. Let's not make it more complicated than it needs to be. But I can't help but admit, it does make it a lot more exciting. I love to see tiebreakers just because there's so much on the line. You what you want to see as a spectator is everybody just putting it all out there when the pressure could not be higher. And although this is round one, your tournament life is still on the line right here. And I'm not sure what the tiebreak. What would your ideal tiebreaker be? Just a race, no restrictions, or like on a certain track? What would your tiebreaker look like?
My ideal tiebreaker has always been one race and the players pick their own track here. I like when you have
Mm,
that kind of like expression in a sense here where it's like you want to go to a track where a player feels comfortable here. You want to give them like kind of have their own advantage in a way. That's how I look at it at least. You kind of run the risk. I don't you could also go random. That is technically maybe more fair in that sense, but I've always been a fan of you pick your own track. We've talked about this before, where expression is such a big thing
yeah,
in Mario Kart, and track selection I think is one of the biggest things where that is shown. That goes across all levels of play, and it's one of my favorite things about this game. There's 96 tracks in this game. I think it just makes sense at this point. Like you might as well be able to pick your track here, especially with your tournament life on the line. And granted, you can always pick random if you really want to.
that's so true. What track would you pick in a 1v1?
Oh, that's
I know what
interesting.
I pick. I pick my best track, DK Mountain. But what about you,
That's
Spicy?
a
What are
great
you picking?
question.
If you and me in a 1v1, what are you picking? Chat, what are you picking in a 1v1 tiebreaker?
I'm between two. My favorite courses, but going base game are Hyrule Circuit and Water Park. So those are the two I go with. I like them both in a 1v1 sense where even if I like start in second, I feel very comfortable on those where like you can still kind of front run there. I think that's a big thing, just establishing space in a way. And yes, you might run the risk of exposing yourself to triple reds, or maybe there's like 8 bombs in play all of a sudden, and you have to wonder if it's
Yeah,
frantic items or not. But in
it
overall, it's
happens.
just take the track where you're confident in. And for me, it's like I'll go back to my roots. I will likely still end up picking like Water Park. That was like one of the first runners I've ever learned. Hyrule Circuit has been like a traditional runner for me ever since was it now? Like for the last few years. It's like I just go with what I feel confident in, just to know that okay, if I lose, I at least want to know I'm at least giving myself the opportunity to play on a track that I feel good about.
That's good. That's a great answer. And I like a lot of what you said because in a game like this, you just have to stick to what you're good at. You can't try anything new. You can't, like, there's a lot of front running labeled tracks like Wario Stadium, for example. But if you're not the
Mhm.
best Wario Stadium player, then you don't gain that advantage, right? You just got to stick to what you're good at. So I like that answer. Water Park, the first one that you learned, the one that you're one of the best at, that's a great choice.
Yeah, you just
So,
love to see it. It's like one of the few times of expression, and I love coming back to the idea, just expression, just seeing how that ends up being in play here. I'm still wondering what the ruling is going to be for this tie here, or if we're just going to be going straight into the next room. Also wondering how the other rooms played out at this point too.
yeah, me too. Yeah, let's see if we can look at some other results or we can look around the league, look around the tournament because there are 11 rooms here, lots of signups, lots of Mario Kart being played. I like your track picks in the chat, by the way. Mute City especially because like the Nisk, right? You have that advantage
Oh yeah,
state. If you can make it and your opponent can't, then it's all but a lock. But of course, you know, there you run the risk of triple reds and maybe even a blue shell if the lead becomes big enough. Waluigi Stadium, like that too. That's a very skill heavy track. I was talking about Wii before, Mario Kart Wii, and Waluigi Stadium in that game is another one of the most like highest skill ceiling tracks. Love Waluigi Stadium in all of its iterations. Vancouver, also a good track. I lost a 1v1 on that track. Really exciting. 1v1 it was, but ended up losing that one. So that'll leave a sour taste in my mouth. Daisy Cruiser's a good one. I like that too. Very front runnable. Great choices all around. Royal Raceway as well, another classic.
Bubbles, I have a quick question if you don't mind me asking.
Yeah,
So, it's one of the interesting developments I've seen where especially in North America collegiate, one of the most like popular like picks for a 1v1 tiebreaker is Baby Park. What are your thoughts on using that as like your tiebreaker option?
it takes away from what you were talking about in that skill expression, and I can see the argument for it, right? It's a completely basic track, 7 laps of just the same thing. But when you standardize the track so much, you limit the amount of X factors that go into it. Because the question that comes across my mind is what will decide that race of Baby Park? Is it knowledge of an execution of the no item shortcut across the grass, which will happen 14 times throughout the race? Is it the items? Can you back a green shell in second and end up or count on it hitting first place? Like, is it exciting for both the players or the spectators? Would be my other question, which I think should be most important in the end. Is it most entertaining for the players and spectators? And for me, the answer to that question, Baby Park, is no. We should not go to Baby Park for a 1v1. I don't like it. I think it's boring and dull and bland.
I like that. It's actually funny because like when you think of Baby Park, you think of like all the volatility, you think of all the chaos that happens, but a large part of that stems from having so many players in the room. But when you limit it to two, that just the number of items getting thrown is significantly less, and you have much less worries and much less hazards to navigate, and that's kind of the chaotic beauty of Baby Park, I guess, there. So at least some of the reasons for why people, I guess, pick it here. But the standardization of that track is just really interesting and just kind of alluding to what you said there. It's limiting in a sense. And I have to wonder, like, is there any other tracks you wouldn't really want to see in like a tiebreaker situation?
Any tracks that you would not want to see? Dry Desert?
Oh my god, I've seen
Uh,
one. I've seen one, yeah.
I mean, what does that even look like? Whoever goes first loses? Is
It was
bagging even a thing in 1v1s? Or do you just wait for the other person to pass first set, read them out, and then go on your way to victory? Or are there enough item sets that give you the possibility of pulling like enough reds or shrooms to catch back up? You know, I'm not too big on the 1v1 meta. Is there even a meta? Would you say there's a meta or like a
surprising.
basic strategy?
From what I've been told, yes. So it's actually interesting. So outside of like Mario Kart Central, one of the biggest like league formats is actually in ATX is 1v1. I've
Really?
stunned. Yeah, it's like you think about like in North America at least, it's the Junior College Association or the community colleges. Those their competitive format for Mario Kart is 1v1. And it's like if you think about
Wow.
like Smash in a sense where it's like kind of like best of moments, like best of sets, it's kind of similar to that, I believe. It's a very different rule set. And in a way, it's a very different skill set as well. Because yes,
Yeah.
the lines are still the same, but item management especially, that kind of gets thrown like out the window in terms of like what you know in a 12-player room is different from a 2-player room. So a lot different items are going to be in play here. It's not like second place is pulling a blue shell, but reds are devastating at times. Coin is just even more scary just to pull at first place. So could be interesting here as we are starting to get, I think, some progress on what other rooms are happening here. It looks like we're just waiting on a few more rooms to finish up.
Yeah, get those results in. Although there might have been some disconnections, to be fair,
Probably,
and
yes.
those take a little bit of time to add up the scores and all that. And I can only guess that that's what happened because, as we saw in our room, no disconnections, no problem. Points added up, bing, bang, boom. Unless, there's a tiebreaker that needs to happen. And there's still no update on whether or not we're getting any tiebreakers. Of course, those tiebreakers most likely will not be broadcasted since we don't have any footage of that or any streamers, but that was a fun little talk about the 1v1 meta, and you that is absolutely wild to me that the base competitive format you said was 1v1. Is that correct?
Yeah, in certain formats in certain leagues, 1v1 is the format of choice. It's actually one
That's
of the beautiful
crazy.
things about this game where you look outside of Mario Kart Central and it's like very different in a way. Like 4v4 is another common format, and two teams of four, mind you, not three teams of four. So it's pretty interesting to see what we got. We have gotten a word that there are no tiebreakers here, so gonna just be waiting to see who's all going to be filling in these rest of the rooms as we go into the second round.
Well, good news for our room. There will be 9 people making it through instead of just 8. No tiebreaker, which is, a little excitement lost, but more excitement to come as we will move into round 2 starting near the top of the hour. Let's be back at the top of the hour. How about that? Sound good? All right. Don't go anywhere unless you're grabbing some water, or grabbing a snack. Stay comfy. Stay right here, Mario Kart Central. We'll be back at the top of the hour.
And we're back here on Mario Kart Central with the Retro Rally 9 Final Free for All here with round 2 action. My name's Spicy. Once again, I'm joined here with Bubbles. We had a great round 1 here. How you feeling going into round 2?
I'm feeling even better than I did for round one because not only is it the next round, round two, but there's not going to be any computer players. We're going to have 12
True.
human beings playing in these rooms. Lightning bolts as we move on into this fairly stacked room.
Was gonna say, yeah, one of the big things we're talking about going from this round, from last round to this round, is that the talent of this room is just absolutely insane. Like you look at who we have in room 2 for this alone, and it's an absolute just a it's an insanely stacked group here.
A
I
room
don't
of
even know who to
death.
predict here when we look into this lineup.
Yeah, the room of death in a round two with 8 rooms. 8 times 12, that's like 96 players left, which we only eliminated a few people from round one. But in this room, we have Garchomp, Daniel, Q, Topaz, Chikanu, Pikachu, Nami, Mia, Rocky, Nosta, Jake Heasy, and Josh. Lots of recognizable names, lots of talent, and this room is going to be very, very competitive, as we're going to see.
I would agree here. It's actually one of the harder things just to look at here. I believe this at this point you are going into top 6 move on as well, because that would take us, I believe, into top 48, which would be quarters then. So it's gonna be close. There's thinking about like who's left here. It's gonna be like it's hard to call. Like I don't even know who the favorites are to move on, just because like there's a few names I'm looking at who might be like a couple underdogs here. Rocky, I was talking about this with our great stream producer Nick. Rocky just won a LAN in California, and to have that kind of FFA experience, kind of FFA momentum right before a stacked event like this, that's got to go give you some props there as well. Mega J Kesey, we a long-time player, long time in the LAN scene as well. Also familiar name with Pirate Hackers. It's another name who I'm looking at. Maybe one of those players who might be able to sneak into that like cutoff spot, which I think those like mid spots are going to be one of the most chaotic things you're going to see here and today.
I agree with that. The central spots like 3rd to 8th are in the FFA format so dangerous because it's you against the world. So if you have a set of triple shells, triple bananas, you either fire them off or you stand your ground and fight for your life because getting hit in this game is so deadly. Not only do you lose that time, you lose that money, which is that top speed potential. We were talking about in round one, staying at the front proved to be really important, really beneficial to the overall success of the racers and whoever was able to stay up top. In this room, we have lots of people who are capable of front running, lots of people who are capable from playing from the back, identifying that opportunity to move up. And so we'll see which people can make it through the rush of all those shells, boomerangs fired, and come out in a top 6 position to move on to the semifinal round. And again, it's anybody's game. There are some top players in this room. There are some good names, some high-profile players who have proven themselves in the scene to be elite. But you have to perform. You have to get those points. You have to finish in the top spots if you're gonna continue your tournament life in Retro Rally number 9.
Yeah, and once again, we're going into 8 races as well for round 2. So you have less leeway in a sense. Not only do you not have a full 12 races, but you also have not as many spots that will get you into this next round. Top 6 for the rest of this tournament up until finals is going to be the ones who you really want to be watching out for here. We talk about how often like these rooms are stacked, and there's like so many players like it's scary, even if you are like one of the favorites in this room. You look at players like Daniel, you look at players like Garchomp, but it's like you've seen it before. Players will get hit out early, and it's much harder to recover, I think, in free for all, especially with a limited number of races. They have less room to adapt, less time to make those adjustments. So definitely on the lookout to see who's going to be able to make things going out here.
We saw a lot of split-second decisions being made in round one, particularly from Gecko with that star dodge on Big Blue. We're going to see a lot more players with that killer instinct, that game sense, who know how to move up and stay up at the top. And in a setting like this, you can't get complacent. If you're feeling comfortable at the top, you just can't do it. You have to keep giving it your all, stay up at the top, and defend yourself, because you never know when you're going to get a hit, when you're going to get hit by a streak of bad luck that'll take you to the back. I'm very excited to see what these racers can do, and more importantly, what tracks they pick, since as we said before, there are no restrictions here. Everything is open. Do you stick to the base game? Do you move to waves 4, 5, and 6? Personally, I'm hoping to see some of the newer tracks now that it's available in a retro rally. Like DK Mountain is a very popular track. Waluigi Stadium, let's see some of that. Let's see some of the newer tracks. Although I know we do have a lot of old heads here who have been playing, Wario Stadium, Excite Bike Arena, Mario Kart Stadium for the past 7-8 years. You know the tracks well. And again, we were talking about sticking to your strengths. You got to do what works for you. But at the same time, come on now. We're here for a celebration of all of Mario Kart. So let's play all of it. Why not?
I like that. Just playing the entire celebration of this game. Let's play pretty much everything we got here. I want to see that kind of track diversity. We saw a lot of tracks from waves 4 through 6 being selected in the last round, not necessarily picked and raced on, but you saw that those were a lot of common options. But you also got the diversity from like the base game kind of mixed in. It's one of the fun things about this kind of player pool that we got. You have a mix of players who have been around for a long time, mainstays from before the booster course passed, but also players who are relatively newer to the scene, maybe started in the last couple years or so, still very good, very prominent in our metagame and our scene now, but maybe they're just more familiar with those waves, those like booster course past tracks where they kind of grew up with those in a sense, and you're able to kind of learn it as well with the rest of the community here. It's one of those interesting dynamics, and I love that how it kind of just ties into this being the final free-for-all. Kind of the mix of the old versus the new, the old guard, the new guard. Some players who been around for a long time, but then on the flip side, some players who are looking to not only make a statement here at the end of 8 Deluxe's lifespan, but also maybe use it as momentum going into World if they choose to go into that. So should be a great time once again as we eventually get into this game.
I'm starting to think, what tracks can we expect to pick? I know Q very well. I know he likes Excite Bike Arena, which is a very, very common track in Lounge. And again, it just speaks to, you got to stick to what you know. You got to do what works for you. And, as much as I would like to see the new tracks, if the old ones work, you got to respect it. You got to go with those. And, I just want to see some action, I'm itching.
I feel the same way. I just want some good Mario Kart to be played. Just want to have a chance to have some fun, relax, get some good action really just on our screens right now. And like, you're going to see it from this players. And now it's a matter of seeing what are the tracks that you're going to be seeing. I'm thinking back to like what some of these players have been picking here. You mentioned that Q, very comfortable on the tracks that they've selected. And a lot of these players have a kind of a deep pool as well. And I'm really curious to see how that really transpires here. Not only are you seeing like players with their own personal taste, you're kind of seeing that regional variety as well, where you have like that North American meta game, where you have like Waluigi Stadium is such a prominent track in our end. Meanwhile, you saw from a lot of our European players, there's a lot of other tracks there, which maybe they're more inclined to pick here. I'm looking at Rocky, an American player, but who plays on a more European team, where on Yoshi Gang, I believe, Sherbet Land is one of their most common picks there, and that's kind of a common thing across all of their players. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Rocky pick that. I know Rocky also a big Sky High Sunday fan, if I remember right. So might
Ooh,
see a little
yeah.
bit of that action there as well. And you talked about how like yeah, there's some tracks very commonly seen from waves 4 through 6, but hey, waves 1 through 3 might get some great stuff there as well, along with the base game. Really, anyone's guess as to what we're going to be seeing here today.
Spicy, I want to ask you, what's based on what we saw on round one, what do you think the most important skill to have in your skill set? Like, what carries the most weight? Is it front running? Is it the ability to defend yourself in the mid pack, or that spidey sense, that instinct on when to use your dodge item to move from the back to the front? What do you think has the most weight in a free for all format here?
I'm gonna go with that last point. I'm gonna just label it as like decision making, not only in terms of like
Yeah.
the item management, but also in terms of like how you game plan here. I think back to what Gecko did on Daisy Circuit, where they got hit out immediately, pretty much, and then were able to chain pretty much all of their resources together. So they were going for those coins early on. They were waiting to use their items at the right moment, able to put themselves in a great spot to dodge shock, or not even dodge shock, but put themselves in a spot that where when shock came through, they were able to just get through and may able to capitalize off of the opportunities presented for themselves. The mental game, we talk about this a lot when we cast together, but I am such a believer that how you mentally prepare yourself for the game, how do you recover from getting hit out, and how does that affect your decision making, especially over the course of a longer tournament like this? The thing about these 1 day tournaments is that your decision making, it kind of deteriorates over time just from decision fatigue. So
Yeah.
you don't want to put yourself in such a taxing spot early on, and you're going to see this really come into play when you get into those finals. And like when you have just those top 12 players in this last free for all, it's who's at the point where they can just still make the best decisions as well as have the hands to really put themselves in a spot to win this entire thing.
Yeah. Decision making is of the utmost importance, and you make so many decisions in the course of each race, whether it be in the front, the back, and like you see a lot of clips of getting Mario Karted or getting sent from the front to the back,
Correct.
or even dodging the shock going from the back to the front. And it's all a matter of using the opportunities given to you to create your path to whatever spot gives you the most points. And sometimes first place is not always attainable. And the top players know this. Wherever you are at any point in the race, you need to create a game plan. And what you won't see on okay. Q's a little goofball on screen as we watch his point of view on Keep a Cape here for race one. He's a little bit of a jokester, but you're right. Decision making, and the top players, we won't be able to see like their train of thought, but they always have a plan for whatever happens during the race, even on lap 3. And on Koopa Cape, the plan is simple for everyone at the start, and that's to get a mushroom and shroom up, and then see what happens from there.
Yeah, the shrooms are just so pivotal here on Koopa Cape. This big cut coming up is pretty much the defining aspect of this. And on laps 2 and 3, you're gonna see people chaining multiple cuts together here. Cube with those nanas here in third. Great spot to be. You see Daniel in first, see Nami in second, Q just holding on in 3. And these players are just so good at this point. Like these are just some of the names we were even thinking about here to make it to the next round. But at this point here, it's still like anyone's game, especially as you start to see the mid pack kind of diversify a bit. A few players not as close now, maybe able to get some shrooms though, and especially with the cuts coming up again, have to see what's going to happen here with these standings.
So Q would have ideally liked to get a mushroom there, I would think. Take the shortcut. The coins are looking a little bit low, but the boomerang is out. The red shell is sent forward just to send a message to first.
Ooh,
Like, I'm still here. Wow, 2 boomerangs. He's
all
dual
right.
wielding boomerangs with a blue shell on the way. Q is looking, although he's from the United Kingdom, he's looking very Australian with all these boomerangs flying around. I don't think I've ever seen this. Oh man, that's kind of a
Unfortunate
buzzkill.
there.
I wanted to see the double rang.
I know they had 4 shots of rangs, which was insane at that point, but we're not going to see it happen because again, it goes to Daniel fighting with Q for this top spot. You see the coin right there. One shot on this rang might be all that Q needs. Just a matter of when do you pull the trigger here. You see a lot of these players going for this smallness, and you see the back on the rang actually here. Q gets a red, has an opportunity to maybe make something happen here. Daniel with another red in first, but there's double reds in play from Q. I have to wonder what's in play from third. One red goes forward here. Not going to be enough yet. Maybe it will, as it looks like Q here in tops could be able to hold on here, is able to barely beat out the blue shell and secure tops here.
That was such an interesting decision that we saw as we see Mega's the end of Mega's race here, which is a little bit behind, but 10th place, 9th place, one more item, try to get back up to the front. Only hope would be a shock, try and move back up, salvage a few spots, but it's not going to happen. 10th place, not too good to start race 1, but I loved the situation and all the potential outcomes from the second half of lap 3 from Q. A boomerang in hand, Daniel in front with, you know, a clear shot. There was a clear shot, right? I was thinking it. We were all thinking it. But the decision to put that boomerang back was such a good decision. It was hedging risks because Q knows at that moment the blue shell is still available. It's not out, but it's available. And lots of people are hitting boxes in the water section. And as long as you have someone in front of you in first, you have a shield for that blue shell. And with Daniel presenting no danger, second is not a bad spot to be. It's still 12 points if you're finishing in second place. But with the second red shell being pulled down the waterfall, that's extra insurance, and Q is able to move up to the front while Daniel has to concede down to second. Well played, throwing that boomerang back instead of forward.
Yeah, you have to wonder what the decision's going to be made here as we go into Wario Stadium. We talked about this a lot. We didn't see it in the first round, but this is one of the most common tracks in the game. And if you know how to play it, like a bunch of these players at this level do, you're able to just break away here. Jay Keezy, longtime vet of the scene, getting shoved out a bit, unfortunately, because of the Mr. Scooty weight, but is able to still maintain a decent spot here. It looks like Q is still in third as well, has opportunity to maybe shroom, but has the unfortunate feeling of getting hit by that red, and still is able to shroom up here as they do so. But look at all the items at this point. So chaotic. Here you have the fire. You saw triples in play as well. And with a bot in this room, you have to wonder what's going to be transpiring here in this second lap.
It was a very disorienting, but also an expected play at the end of lap 1, that red back, as Mega gets bombed again back to the back of the pack. But second place at the end of lap 1 had the option to get a free red shell onto first place, who was holding a mushroom. But that was, again, a second place investment, a strategy play, not redding out first place, because first place is blue shell protection. And as we saw at the end of lap 1, Daniel in first is holding a mushroom and will be dodging this blue shell. So as long as you're comfortable in the top 2 spots, that's a lot of points and a lot of security, as we actually see a change in the top 2 positions and a shock coming in at the start of lap 3. Lots of boost pads available, so we might not see too many spots change hands, but in the mid pack, this can get really ugly real fast for Q if he's not careful.
Yeah, you have to be real careful here at this spot. A couple players getting hit out now. Q no defense. The red shell real close behind him as well. And there's another bomb. Devastating moment here as Q has to back out slowly just to make sure they get an item box here. Has the shrooms. And there's another blue shell coming out. Not sure if that's going to actually matter at this point here. But fortunate moment here for Q. A lot of tight items in play. Jay Keezy with a 6, Q and 7, Daniel in first, and has a bit of a lead here, as you have to watch out for what happens here in these last 6 races.
There was a lead change at the very end from Garchomp, who was under the name Wildfire this time. A red shell to change hands, the lead at the end of lap 3. Good play, good item pull pulled the right item at the end. Daniel moves up to a very, very comfortable position of 27 points after finishing high. First two races. Again, I said this before, you can never feel comfortable though. There's always something that can go wrong. But when you're a player as mechanically skilled and smart as Daniel, you probably don't have too much to worry about.
Yeah, I got to take a quick look at the standings here, and real close overall. There's only a 2 point difference so far from 6 and 7, and with so many races still left to play here, it's a matter of seeing who's going to be fighting for those mid packs once again. We talked about that, but you're looking at also just 3 through 6, also only separated by 3 points. So there's a lot still that could happen here, which is setting up for one of the scarier things here, which is when you get to those last couple races, especially that cutoff point is just such a taxing thing to be on. Time to see where are we going into race number 3. Cheap Cheap Beach as the option here. Taking a bit of a throwback now, going to the DS days as well as now just the Shell Cup here from the base game.
This is not a track that I see very often, but it's very fun to drive. And I'm wondering, what's the strategy here? I see 3 inside drift bikes in the top. There was a DK Mountain on the board from the first 2 races from Q. I can't help but wonder if people are starting to notice that there are lots of inside drifting bikes and wanting to counterpick these. But Cheat Cheat Beach, what's the strategy here? This is very draft heavy right here. Lots of people with shrooms. There is an opportunity to move up later in the track, but it also gets very congested. I think the most exciting part of this lap 1 is going to be right after the last set. Let's see who can stay alive and front run this track here.
Yeah, you tend to see a lot of items just bouncing around after this set, especially with all the walls and the kind of relatively close proximity these players in. A couple players getting hit out. Jay Keezy moving his way up into 4th. You see Rocky also up in 3, Q in 2, who that's still Daniel in 1st place as well. So nice opportunity to see what's going to happen. Not as many drafts are going to be occurring at this point. Q backing the bomb. It looks like it might have connected as well, and that's a big statement there. Not going for the bomb snipe, knowing that hey, first place can kind of just tank a blue shell if necessary. And we've seen a lot of blue shells come right after shock, and there's a blue shell coming out right now. So could be one have to wonder here. Q has an opportunity to maybe move up into the tops now in lap 3.
Oh boy, double reds.
Reds.
Can he wall dodge it? Yes.
Oh,
Daniel once again with the blue shell defense with a horn this time. Q redded out. And now it might get ugly. Has to yield to a plant and triple greens. And that's just sometimes how it goes. You have to deal with the opportunities other people get and with the opportunities you get. And for that, Q just has to yield and maybe even some points. He might be able to catch up at the end, but we shall see. Daniel's still at a very comfortable lead. Garchomp has moved up to 3rd. Mega is in the front. A very much needed 2nd place. Getting up to the front in the second half of lap 3, we continue to see a lot of the same people in the top spots, a la Daniel and Garchomp, and let's see how the points shake up after this Cheap Cheap Beach race.
that was a
Not too
great
much
race there
change.
for Jake, and it actually sets up for a tie in 6th place as well, which coming into these next 5, have to start wondering, like, maybe there might not be too many change-ups, but when the change-ups do happen, it does factor in a lot going into these next few. You see Moo Moo Meadows being the option now from Q. A couple Mushroom Gorges coming out as well. It's actually really
Yeah.
interesting. There have been 4 bikes that I've seen in play at any point in this round. So you're seeing a lot of like the pro inside drift bikes tracks coming out as well as the anti counter picks there. Like Gorge being a prominent one there. There's a couple others that have been pretty notable, but you're even seeing like Turnpike. You don't see that pretty much anywhere unless it's like a bike player. So real interesting to see this kind of diversity just in this room.
Yeah, I was wondering if people would catch on to the amount of Yoshi bikes in this room. 2 gorges. Yo, I love Yoshi's Island. It's one of my favorite tracks. Is it getting picked? Oh, so close. Neo Bowser City. Not so friendly to inside drifting bikes, but they can still manage. And if you've mained inside drift for this long, you probably know how to navigate this track and keep a lead. But the front of the pack has once again proved to be a pretty safe space as long as, you're pulling blue shell protection, which Daniel has been doing. Starting in the front should be able to keep this lead, but you never know. This is the most important turn. If you get a shroom, you shroom up. If you don't, you're stuck in the mid pack in the back. And the lead does change hands. Inside bike up to the front in Rocky and able to move up to the front in first place. But this is the inside bike killer. Let's see if Rocky can hold this lead.
Yeah, you're seeing Jay Kesey just slowly build up the space here as now has to go for that right double, but real close here. Bombing first though from Rocky. Jay Kesey shrooming up though, getting some space now. Has to just maximize what they can here. Only on 3 coins. Might have a lot of potential to get something going though. You know Jay Kesey's pretty comfortable on this track as well. Able to secure a couple. Maybe gonna opt to back this red at Rocky if they can find a spot to do so. Has to barely avoid that. Banana traps the double here and has to burn the horn, but able to not get affected by that shock too badly as they still maintain first.
This is looking not so bad. The blue shell is still available, which is really dangerous. Daniel behind in second. Bill's coming up through the S turns. There's the blue shell. From, what is that, 6th place? Holy cow. That was pretty high up. But unfortunate that the shock came in. Horn had to be burned as well. This fire is very dangerous. Or do they just want to get rid of it to take cut? Either way, Daniel's back in first, safely able to back that red. This rang in a very tight course, like Neo Bowser City. Very dangerous. It's going to come back and hit. Garchomp in second, up to the front. A Yoshi bike up here on lap 3. And again, we see the same people up in the front. Q, Garchomp, Daniel up in top 3. Will they do another top 3 on this track?
And if there's anyone that's going to repeat this top 3, it would be these. Q trying to see if they can steal second, and they are able to do so. Thank you to the UMT glider. Able to barely sneak that out over Garchomp, giving them now the slight lead in terms of the point standings. Daniel has run away so far, but you have to watch as the rest happens in that middles again. 6th place now has a slight advantage so far compared to what we were seeing in the first half, but maybe with these next 4, anything could still happen. I love the DK Mountain pick. You're kind of now just noticing it's like these bikes have been like kind of a menace, and even here on Neo Bowser City, you kind of got to go for those more like direct counter picks in a way, because like players like Garchomp, they are so comfortable on like these like anti-bike horses that you have to like pull out all the stops if you want to like really compete with them, get them out of those top spots.
It's so true. And we also might be seeing a turnpike as well. And is turnpike being picked? No, I don't see it anymore. Yoshi's Island. Yes. I love this track. Oh, this is such a good track. I don't care. I like it for the cloud at the end. It's so funny to me watching people miss the cloud at the very end. Which is necessary for front running this track. It's very skill based, in my opinion. And I think what we're gonna see a lot of people do is overbag this track, stay back for a little too long. Like Mega's opting not even to get a start boost, which is a strategy. This will give a decent opportunity to move up at the shortcut midway through the lap. But staying in the front of this track, I think, is more powerful than people think. I'd like to see if people are able to get the cloud on this track, because it is so important and sometimes deceptively tricky. Daniel's in first. I think we can count on Daniel to get the cloud, but we'll see.
Yeah, just watching that map now to see who's going to be able to hit that cloud, who's going to be able to take like the faster route here. You're starting to see it now. It looks like it was open.
Oh, no.
Quite a few players are going to be able to make their way over now and see if that's going to change up any of these spots, but doesn't look like too much here. Daniel is going to get hit out. Jay Kesey now in 8th, getting fired out though once again though, trying to just stay alive. You were talking about it before, but this pack is insanely close so far with how volatile the cloud can be at times, and just getting that pacing has to shape up for what is going to be a kind of chaotic midsection here in lap 2.
And you know what happened? The top 3 spots on lap 1 missed the cloud. They had to go all the way around. And Daniel was one of them in first. And that's just how important it is to hit the cloud and open up the red path on this track, because that just completely destroyed the front one. He got hit. He's now in the back. But, lap 3, as long as Daniel has a good amount of coins, there is a window to move back up to the front. The pack is pretty tight. I'm not sure if Shock is in play, or even Blue Shell. It's very slippery down here. Lots of crabs, lots of bananas, and this is it. This is the spot to move up. Mega's not looking too good with only offensive items. Would want some mushrooms here. Snow is not good either. But one last box, one last chance, and one last cloud to hit up in the front for Garchomp.
You have to watch that map now, see what the options are going to be there. They're going to have to go around, or they are going to be able to hit the cloud. They are going to be able to hold on the tops, it looks like here. Jay Keezy, unfortunately, falling off on the red bridge, and is still going to be able to secure 10th at least, but not exactly the spot they were looking for here. And great race for some of these players here. Going to shake things up a little bit more. But Mia in 6th place still has that sizable lead now, about like 7 points here. So we're going in to this last stretch of this round 2.
People yell at me for picking this track. I've gotten yelled at it for picking a land before, but I watched people around me just miss the cloud and lose their lead and lose that opportunity and become unable to catch back up. So I just tell, I'll stop picking it when you can start hitting the cloud. And either the top 3 or top 4 positions on lap 1 missed the red path, which is just so detrimental and becomes effectively a shortcut for the mid spots to move up to the front. And that's exactly what happened. And I think Daniel was in first for a majority of that lap 1. If that cloud is hit, then he keeps that lead. There's no blue shell. Or maybe, the distance has changed a little bit to where there is a blue shell, but it's a game of inches. Sometimes the cloud is just not in the right position. You can't hit it, but that was an interesting development based on just what I love about Yoshi's Island and how important it is to get your lines right.
Speaking of
Toad's
lines,
Turnpike.
going to Turnpike.
Look at that top 3.
Oh, they are thriving here. Yeah, inside drift heaven, pretty much. You're able to take these turns so tight. Q opting to stay from the back, kind of play it from here. And it's one of the more interesting things about Turnpike that you don't really see nowadays, where it's like, you can play this from the back. Star just going through all of the vehicles here. Bill is pretty prominent as well. You're able to just kind of avoid all the traffic without a care in the world. Meanwhile, all these inside drifting bikes, they're able to just maximize their front running potential on here. So it's that kind of like dichotomy of just seeing the back play against the front play, and Jay Keezy unfortunately getting sent into the traffic at this time. And now able to at least gets a couple coins for their efforts here. The boost show already out. Looks like they are going to be hitting Garchomp, I believe that is. So now gonna see what's happening up there in those tops. There's a lot of players, especially the insides, are making their way up.
This mid pack is looking as dangerous as ever because on Toad's Turnpike, there's lots of moving item boxes. You really just have an item at all stages of play, and which makes for a great catch-up opportunity from the back. We can see Q rolling for Shock. Not sure if he's at distance. There is a blue shell, but again, this hit Garchomp, the Daisy in front. The first blue shell did. Now it's going for the Peach in second. But is this really going to shake up the top spots? The inside drifting Yoshi bikes are so powerful on this track. And unless I think this Link bot pulls the lightning bolt, I think it's catch-up time for everybody else. There's not going to be a lightning bolt on this track. And with the win condition of the inside bikes not being eliminated, they're just going to be able to stay up here as we see Rocky and Garchomp up in the top 2 spots.
Ooh, sneaky banana placement there, and that's so pivotal to consider here. Jay Keezy and Rocky are tied going into this race, and Jay Keezy has to avoid that plant here from Daniel, but ends up getting into the truck instead, almost getting shoved in one more time here, now getting shoved into the wall. Shot coming out as well. An absolutely devastating moment here for Mega Jay Keezy, but you have to wonder what was transpiring over at those top spots, seeing what the developments were there. You see Garchomp once again in first, but Rocky, that's a second place in a row, I think. And they are now catapulted their way into that 6th place position with 2 to go.
I feel so bad for Jay Keezy because you saw what happened to them lap 1. Out of coins, out of money, low speed, needed to catch up, needed to get that money up, which he did. In the end, he did, got back up to 3rd place, but the plant from Daniel was so dangerous. and then the shells from behind. Sometimes you just your opportunity is not good enough to get back up to the front, and these are points he sorely needs to get back up above the cutoff line. And looking at these scores, it's slipping ever so farther away, and the hopes might be being dashed here, but you never know. This is Mario Kart. Anything can happen. This is why we're here. And on Mushroom Gorge, ooh, shock, blue, a broken item set. There's a lot that can go right or that can go wrong.
Yeah, a lot is going to go right for certain players here, but a lot will go wrong. You still see multiple bikes are in play here. Notably, they're going to not be able to take the super bounces, keyword super bounces on this map. And that's so pivotal because like they lose just so much time here compared to the players who are on these outward vehicles. Able to take this like Jake Kesey did with the giraffe, has another opportunity to take some up here as well. Q opting to play from the back. And there's another thing, kind of like Turnpike in a way, where you are able to kind of play this in both positions here. You can front run this to an extent, but you do get a lot of value being in those back spots. Have a good spot here and getting the back rang onto Rocky.
Interesting
I think
rang. That was felt like a because I can kind of shot. Not sure if that's nah, that's not BM. That's just because you can. But you could say in Gorge, it doesn't really matter because there's so much time to catch up. And we saw Daniel and Q at the start going backwards, and not necessarily backwards, but just stopping for coins. You got to think there's something to that strategy. We'll see where they end up and if they end up well. Another attempt at the gap. This one works. So lap 3. It's important on lap 3 to have a mushroom. You want a mushroom sometime during this lap, and you also don't want a lightning bolt.
Oh,
Oh no, he opts to change that. This is a broken item set. Should get something good here. Okay, triple mushrooms. Hopefully there's no red shells because Mega
blue.
really, really needs this race. A blue shell coming in
Avoids the blue.
for
Is
Topaz.
rail.
Oh
Oh
no!
no!
Deadly bump.
It's a rough
Gap
bump.
still doable, but needs a mini turbo in order to take it. No, it's not going to be enough. Heartbreaking bump. And it's just out of his agency, that bump. A bump in the air getting sent that far is just the perfect combination of an unfortunate situation, positioning, and just bump strength. Because falling off there puts him back so many spots. It was looking so good with the blue shell taking out first, a clean gap jump up at second place, move back up into contention for sixth place, and the ability to move on. But that's just not the way the cookie crumbled this time for Mega Jake Easy.
You hate to see it because like we were talking about this beforehand, but Jake Kesey really needed something big on Mushroom Gorge, and they had it all set. They could have gone in first place there. I was looking at who was in those top spots, and like it was not only did you have Daniel up in tops, but you also had Garchomp in second, and like not able to take that super bounce big, but like unfortunately the bump you deal with that as a Scooty player sometimes there, and that's a pivotal nightmare situation. It's changed up quite a few placements as well. Rocky on Gorge, unfortunately, wasn't able to have a great race. So you see a couple players move up into six, and now it's kind of a different race here. We're going into DK Mountain now
Ooh,
to end off this round. I know you got some things to say about this track. So what do you think we're going to be seeing here?
we're going to see a lot of pain and suffering from the Yoshi bike players. I was looking at the scores, and in sixth place, which is the cutoff point, is Rocky at 39 points, 2 points above Pikachu 2. Is that Topaz is in sixth? That's right. Okay. So Rocky is right around the cutoff point, needs a good race, but is on the Yoshi bike on a track that is a notorious Yoshi bike killer. So the strategy here for inside bikes, you just have to go as fast as possible. Play the track as best as you know how to do. And the lightning bolt is very prevalent on this track. This item set in particular, the lightning bolt is available as long as first place is around the last turn, which is very, very possible, given how spread out the racers are right now. Daniel in first, very, very far ahead. You have to plan around the lightning bolt on this track, and you'd have to think that maybe that's what Rocky has to do here.
Yeah, playing around shock is just so pivotal, especially when you have like the disadvantages on this map that your vehicle does. Anything you can to just put yourself in a position to steal this away is going to be massive here. Four reds now going to be in the option slot for Q. As they are in a comfortable fifth place, they don't have to do too much here, but going to make things difficult for whoever is in fourth, that being Nami. Nami already disconnected earlier on, so unfortunately, probably not going to be able to move on to this next round. But here we are. Jay Keezy in 10th needs a miracle of sorts to make it all the way into the next round here. But now we're going into lap 3 and still with some potential chaos that could ensue here.
Part of this race is identifying when to move up. And with only 3 mushrooms in the pocket, there's not much of a window for Jay Keezy to move up. But as long as he doesn't get hit, that red shell goes forward. That's good. Just need to survive this. Dodges the fire, more shrooms in hand, and defense. This could be the window. One hit could spell death, but could. The lines are just not doing it. The horn. Oh, no. The game of inches does not go his way as Q rounds the final turn up into a very comfortable first place. That's my boy. I taught him this track. Daniel close behind in second. Topaz maybe getting a good race, may have gotten hit on the line. Lightning Bolt not going to do much on lap 4.
Yeah, it's unfortunate there for Jay Keys. You have to see how the rest of this transpired out, though. See if anything was going to shake up. Topaz going to hold on to 6th place, it looks like. And that is going to secure who moves on into this next round. Great play overall from this group here, as you really saw a lot of great talent from this squad. Daniel, he's got Garchomp, Q, Mia. I'm going to butcher that name. I'm trying really hard to look at this. Jikonu? That's probably not even says. I think the Chinese pronunciation, but I'm so sorry there. And Topaz rounding out your top 6. What a room. And you saw a lot of like the change ups, like in like that second half especially. We were going into like Gorge, and after like right after Turnpike, and you saw that like players like Rocky and a couple of the other inside bikes had an opportunity to maybe move on through, but 2 hard hitters against the inside drift came at race 7 and race 8, and those were devastating there for some of these players.
Not so much for Garchomp, though.
Correct,
you have to notice that. Rocky had a little bit of trouble. So did a couple other racers on Gorge and Mountain, but Garchomp seemingly unaffected as a Yoshi player, very skilled player, just knows the lines, knows how to play the items, to use the opportunities given to them to keep up to the front, and outscores Q, actually, even after those anti-inward tracks. We saw a lot of good front running from Daniel, Garchomp, Q, etc. They pulled the good items up in the front to dodge the blue shells, shrooms, and horns, and they also played well with each other. We saw a lot of scenarios where the top 2 had a form of symbiosis, right? The shroom in hand in first place, and a red shell in hand for second place. But second place would opt to not red shell out first place, so they could both keep each other alive, stay in the front, and effectively work together. Not teaming per se, but as a mutual best strategy available. And front running was proving to be really good in this room. There was a lot of chaos in the mid pack, as we saw. Not a whole lot of opportunities to move up unless you had a good invincibility item like a star. In the mid spots, we were always seeing fire, boomerang, triple shells, and it was just so difficult to move back up to the front if you got hit to the back. And unfortunately for Jay Keezy, that is what I think put them down today.
Yeah, important. It's things like that. Those are sometimes just the things that will make or break your race. And That's just how it goes now. We're going into this next round. I believe it's top 48 being quarterfinals. And I got to ask, what do you think are going to be the difference makers going into like these next few rounds?
I think the difference maker is going to be good driving lines. I think you need to, as a Mario Kart player, you need to be able to improvise as well. Because when you're in the front, obviously there's a standard fastest line to take. But when you're just behind the front, there needs to be a certain level of improvisation. And that comes from a multitude of factors. One is the item in your hand, the item in the hands of racers around you, and just what your plan needs to be in the moment, which everybody, all these racers need to have based on the current race situation. That's what separates the good players from the mediocre players. It separates the players who will move on from the players who will not. Is, like you said before, the decision making is going to be so important. And that's what I think is going to be the X factor here. Who can make the right decisions at the right times?
Yeah, for sure. And it's one of those like big things, like those overarching questions of sorts. You're weeding out the players now, and really from top 48 on, it's really the cream of the crop, and it only gets harder to make it out each and every time. A matter of seeing who's going to be able to make those great decisions, who's going to be able to have that kind of stamina. And I think that's another big factor going in here. At a certain level, you see players who are just really seasoned and are able to kind of preserve their energy for these longer events here. Yes, this is like there's a lot of races still left to be played, especially. I think from here on out, it might be 12 races as well. So it's going to be a matter of noting like who's going to be able to keep all this consistency up. And it's so hard to find consistency in a game that can be really inconsistent overall, just with so much chaos, so many things there. But the driving lines, as you alluded to, that's one of the few things it feels like you can control. And then, like, that's a big thing here. And you will start to see that be like a big point of contention, especially from like our top players, really the contenders going in the rest of the way.
It's going to be interesting when the rooms are shrinking down and we get less and less people in competition because we saw in this round a lot of the same people front running at the top.
Yes.
But as we get better players and tighter competition, we're going to not see the same usual suspects at the top, which means these people who have been in the front constantly for the first two rounds are going to have to adapt. They're going to have to display their full skill set and the ability to play from anywhere because that's what gets you points is getting not only staying in the front but the ability to get back up to the front, and that's what I am most looking forward to in this next round.
Yeah, I would agree here. It's one of those things of like, how do you make your way back up into the front? That kind of recovery process here is just so pivotal when you go up into these higher levels, when you go into these rounds. Because now it's one of those things I like to tell players who are especially kind of coming into the game. You start as you go up, there's a difference between like intentional item usage and kind of just spam. And really here, you're going to see a lot more intention behind every single play. And I think that's going to be one of the greatest things to make note of as we eventually go into quarters coming up.
Yeah, we're going to take a quick break. We will be back in about 10 minutes at the top of the hour with quarterfinals of Retro Rally number 9. Welcome back, everybody. We're going into quarterfinals. 48 players left of the final Retro Rally, number 9, the finale. I have a casting change here. Spicy's going to take a break, and we have on the cast with me, Angle. How are you feeling tonight, Angle?
Hello everyone. I'm feeling great. Well, I mean, what a way to end off Mario Kart 8 Deluxe with the final FFA on MK Central here. I mean, I've watched I watched a little bit of the first few rounds, and I can just say that it has been close. It has been hectic, chaotic, and I'm looking forward to these next 3 rounds of this tournament.
That's what Mario Kart is all about. The chaos, the scrambling, the opportunities, the excitement, the closeness of it all. And we have 48 players left. We're in the quarterfinals, and this room is going to be even closer than the last, I think. We have a lot of good players in this room. Starting from the top, we got Josh K, Ralsei, Zero, Kaiser, Dylan, Vox, Mia, QU4, Shikanu, Kosium, Jesus, and Nivo.
Yeah, I mean, just from those names alone, like recognizing, I know Josh K and Dylan, those guys are going to be fun to watch because I'm pretty sure they've played some FFA tournaments before, and regardless, they are really good at the game. And as everyone here, I mean, getting to quarterfinals is still a great achievement. Top 48 from what was it starting 100 something? I can't recall the number, but
132, I think.
132. Like it's a lot of players out. So if you're in this top 48, you got something to be proud of.
And you would have to earn your way up here through good front running, good sandbagging, good mid pack play too. You were talking about before the chaos. It's been really hectic in these rooms and hard to breathe sometimes in the mid pack. But up front, it's been seemingly really comfortable for these racers. But as we were talking about before, as the skill gap narrows, we're going to see a lot of different people up in the front. And in this 12-player room, there's going to be a lot of possibilities. And it's really, once again, as it is always in Mario Kart, anyone's game. What do you think is the most important, or one of the most important skills to have in the free-for-all format, Angle?
I think it is one of the most important things, at least for me, is I believe everyone needs to have their track that they know they can run. They need that backup plan that they know will always work and always be effective because you do only have a 1 in 12 chance to get your track picked, but if you do get your track picked, you need it to be one that you can take advantage of, because taking advantage of every opportunity you get is essential. And here we are. I think this might have been Dylan's pick because I know
Oh
he
yeah.
really likes Beach Gardens. So
Oh
this,
yeah.
now that he got his pick, you have to take advantage of it. With this track, kind of it's a very long track. A bunch of shortcuts. So you have to play this from the back a little bit. There'll probably be a few people running, but this is a very strategic track that you need to know how to catch up in the end, because that last shortcut on that last turn is pivotal to winning on this track.
So during laps 1 and 2, should we just like take a nap or something? Like how obviously everybody's gonna try and get their coin counter up, but Dylan, this is Dylan's track pick, and you said you need to know how to play your tracks, but how much of an advantage state can you possibly have on a track as crazy as Peach Gardens, as we look at the minimap and see so many people still in the hedge section and coming up to, is there an item set? No, there's not. The next item set is at the first set here. We might see a lightning bolt this early, but again, it all comes down to the opportunities that you have on every single point of the race. And if there's an early shock, it'll change the dynamic of the race going forward. Dylan and Jesus comfortably in the top 2. As long as no shock or blue shell happens, this is what they're betting on. But of course, this can change at any moment, as a lot of people in the back are chaining lots of boxes. This is kind of exciting, and it's looking like playing it from the front is working so far.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit of a gamble because we do have the entirety of lap 3, which is the longest lap because you have to go backwards and go all the way around. But if there is no lightning, then I mean, Jesus and Dylan get a free run. But if there is, the pack is starting to tighten up a little bit, and here comes the blue shell, and Dylan also pressuring Jesus with the red. So Jesus is probably going to be hit out here if he doesn't have any protection for that blue. And Dylan is now in a really good position with a red shell and a horn behind. So if there is another blue, which I don't know if there will be a chance, maybe on the final set, but he's pretty much set for this last part of the race. But Mael also having a shroom to take the cut at the end, and also his own horn, he's in a prime spot to just shroom past Dylan and take over first.
No lightning bolt on Peach Gardens. This is very, very surprising. Could have a horn duel here? No, actually 3 horns. I think I see third place have a horn. One racer able to shroom up. A very, very calm Peach Gardens, which is actually very surprising.
Yeah, I mean, we use Dylan using his track pick to his advantage. So he made the right call in just running the track and praying for no lightning, and there we go. He got rewarded for taking advantage, and that's exactly what you need to do in FFA, especially with an FFA with only 8 races, because we're used to playing lounge or wars that are 12 races long, but 8, you really got to make your mark really early and make it strong.
Now, there's a difference between stuff working out and it being the percentage play, and I'm still not convinced that running Peach Gardens is the percentage play.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there are so many opportunities there to pull the lightning bolt, but it just never was. So, yeah, but this is Mario Kart. It's a game of skill and a game of luck and opportunities. So, you take what you can get, and that has to feel good for Dylan. Plus 15, race 1 on his track.
Yeah, I mean, he's in the hot seat right now. I mean, that's a perfect way to start off FFA. Really, the best. It is the best way. You get first place on the first race. There's no other way you'd want to start it out. But here we are on Singapore. Another kind of a longish track. Another track with a bunch of shortcuts, and another track that a lightning can be really effective on if pulled near the end. Because especially again, these tracks with the shortcuts at the end, you have to either have a big breakaway in first to not get past, or you need something to take that shortcut to start making passes and make your big play at the end. But it all comes down to how these players want to race on Singapore.
I actually, now that I think about it, I see a lot of similarities between Singapore and Peach Gardens because it's a very, very long track with a long section 3, but not as many shortcuts as Peach Gardens. So front running is going to be a bit of a tactic. Great wall dodge to stay
Wow.
up into the front, which is going to be more important than it might be on Peach Gardens. Holding the front is going to be very, very strong on this track unless a blue shell comes, which usually you can count on every single race. So in a bit of a vulnerable position still, saving the clip, feeling very proud of himself for that. Moving closer to lap 3, we are at blue shell range. It's the luck of the draw here. Anything can happen. But we'll see if people from the back can make a move up to the front. Dylan with 5 coins in the back, not looking too good, actually. Blue shell is out. Gonna get him near the glider, though. Not gonna lose too many spots. As we see a lot of space in between first and second place, that's probably the work of items. Coin in first, not gonna do it. This could be the nail in the coffin, but still able to keep first place. No, another red shell. Back to the pack it is for you, down to the dungeon, 7th place, and only a boomerang, not much catch-up potential. This opens the door for everybody else to move up.
Yeah, that is exactly what you didn't want to happen on lap 3, and no shrooms for Mael, only triple greens and a red shell. So he will have protection to maybe hit out some players at the end, but he's not going to be able to take this shortcut. But he does hit out Dylan, so he's going to be able to maintain I believe, a 6th place as someone just dies out on the line. And Dylan, unfortunately, getting hit by Mael's greens, I believe, and now dropping down to 10th. But because he got first place, he's still in a pretty comfortable 3rd place with 18. Um, you can have one kind of a okay-ish bad race with these FFA, but you gotta bounce back. It is all about bouncing back, keeping your mental up. You don't want to get down on yourself in an FFA at all. because that momentum will just carry down and you will get a string of bad races and you'll surely be out of the competition. But if you're up here in top 48, I bet most of these players are going to have that mindset where, okay, one bad race, that's fine. I'm going to have to bounce back, just hopefully get my track pick and just play it out and just play out however, go with the flow.
Yeah. You hope for the best, prepare for the worst, and have to, of course, accept anything that comes your way. And when you think of Mario Kart and you're in 8th place, you want to catch up. You want mushrooms. You want some kind of speed boosting items. But sometimes, as we saw, you don't get the speed boosting items. But you have to use whatever you get to the best of your ability to hold your position, which he was able to do well, hitting a lot of people out behind, not allowing them to do the catch up game, able to maintain that spot. That was actually very well played using the opportunities that Mael was given. So I have high hopes for Mael this round to stay up at the top.
Yeah, I agree. I think just using what you get and using it to your advantage is crucial in playing an FFA. And here we are on New York Minute, another city track. Dylan unfortunately getting hit out by the Goomba, so he's going to have to play from the back to get his coin count up. But we see Mael up here in 6th, missing the item set, which is unfortunate. But luckily there is one right up here. The item sets are pretty close on this track, so missing one isn't the worst, but you still want to get as many items as you can, of course, because that is the game of Mario Kart. Pulling triple shrooms in 4, he's in a pretty good position if he doesn't get hit out. Now in 3rd, as someone just gets backed by a green there. Blue shell out early, so I have a feeling that there might be another one, as it is only the beginning of lap 2, and usually an early blue shell like that calls for another one near the end of lap 3, especially on a track like this.
Lots of greens being slinged around, forward, back, side to side. Lots of walls on this track, which makes them especially dangerous. We see Zero moving up to the front and dropping a bomb too. That's what it's all about. The high-level plays, identifying the opportunities to move up to the front. Tossing a red at first place, able to hold position. This is a pretty good spot to be in. Blooper's going to make it hard to do the shortcut, but Superhorn is great defense, able to chain into the set as well. Another form of defense. Blue shell is out, red shell on the way, taking out the banana is the only form of defense. Nothing dangerous behind, though. That's good for Mael. A solid 4th place finish. Zero moving up to the front very well in lap 2, able to maintain the top spot and squeak out a 1st place at the very end to move up to the top of the leaderboard. Ooh.
Yeah, those 2 blue shells. That blue shell at the end killing out that pink Yoshi at the line. I couldn't see who that was, but Zawo now in a pretty convincing lead with 35 points. He's in a really good position to move on in this FFA.
The scores are looking pretty tight. Top 6 move on, correct, for the rest of?
Yes,
I think so. Yeah, so it's a pretty close race. I think there's a tie for 10th, actually. The bottom score is 16, and 3rd place is at 25. So there is less than a 10-point difference between 10th and 3rd. So lots of spread out race results, still plenty of room to maneuver in this. It feels almost like race 0 in a way, where it's just so close and every single inch matters. And Dylan, who got 15 points after race 1, is now on just 23, gaining only 8 points in the next 2 races. So Koopa Cape, a good shroom up track, great for the mid spots, but again, you have to get an item and you have to get a mushroom and you have to live into that point. And a red shell is not a mushroom, so that limits the opportunities of Mael to move up to the front. And of course, we talked about this before. You always have to have a plan, and the good racers will develop a good race plan. Dylan no shortcut. Noticing low on coins, still plenty of race to go, opts to get that coin count up, has defense in pocket, shroom in hand, opts to get the defense out, a few more coins, a mushroom at the next item set. This is a pretty decent plan, given nothing else throws a wrench like this boomerang. That seems pretty dangerous, but well dodged. Do we get a shroom here, Dylan?
Nope.
No. Okay. So you have to think, how does this affect the rest of Dylan's race and the race plan?
Yeah, not having a shroom there is a little bit unfortunate. But again, the thing with Koopa Cape is that it is versatile. It is a long, versatile track, which has kind of been the theme of this room so far. A lot of long and versatile tracks that you can catch up at the end or just try to run it and hope that there is no lightning, which lightning can be very effective and very dangerous on this track. Um, so Dylan here in third with the rank, still in a pretty solid spot. Now has his coin count up to the max of 10. If he pulls a mushroom here, this will be a very good position to be in. But unfortunately, getting another foreign protection with a green shell. But now that he only has protection, he can play this race a little bit more defensively and just try to stop everyone else from shrooming up past here. We see Fox up shrooming up and has another shroom to be able to take that shortcut, throwing up the green to try to hit him out, but unfortunately not. And now we can see everybody is shrooming up here and I believe that was a bot shot by the Toadette in the back, and unfortunately getting hit out by the green on the floor. And the pack is now very close, but Dylan is falling really far behind because not pulling any item there, and Mael hasn't been shrooms at the end. Might be able to cut up and steal a few spots, but it looks like everyone else also has their own set of shrooms and is going to be stuck in 9th place. A bit of an unfortunate ending for both of our stream POVs, getting stuck in the back with Josh K from kind of in the bottom of the placements now up to 3rd from that 1st place, because this room is really close now. Like it is very close.
Now a 3-way tie for 3rd at 32 points, and then it goes down to 6th place at 28 points. That's where the cutoff point is. Just below that is Dylan in QU4 at 25 points. Still close. It's spreading out a little bit, but like we said before, sometimes you just don't get the opportunity that you need. There was just no shroom available for Dylan. Had that defense, unable to use that boomerang to great effect, and then the lightning bolt came in, and there was just not a recovery option available. And sometimes that's just the way it goes. Lots of other people that were able to move up to the front were able to keep that position through good driving lines and possibilities of pulling mushroom. But that's just using the opportunities that are given to you to the best of your ability. And sometimes it just doesn't go your way. I like what you said before about the mental game. You can't let it get you down. TikTok clock, very front running heavy track. We can expect to see lots of the front runners here at the top keep those front running spots or drop out after a very, very hectic first half of the first lap.
Yeah, I'm a really big fan of this track. This track has a lot of tech to it. There are a lot of shortcuts. We have that shortcut at the beginning from that first set of clock hands, and the one at the end of the lap. That is a crucial shortcut to be able to run this track effectively. And just knowing the little tricks of a track like this, a hard running track, is very crucial to keeping the front presence, because there's not going to be a lot of people trying to stop to get a lightning, because there's just not many shortcuts. You just have to know how to play this track fast and hope that that's enough to catch up to the front. As we see Dylan here already in a pretty good position in 3rd place with 7 coins. We see Zebo in 2nd. I believe Josh K is still in 1st. I don't know if this was his track pick, but if regardless, he is using this runner to his advantage, dodging the red shell off the pendulum. It looked like really good for Dylan. Opting to take the glider just to get a little, maybe an extra coin or two. And in the blue shell is out. It looks like Josh K is just going to be is going to take that blue, and it might be Zero taking first, but never mind. There's been a shock, and I believe there was a ghost in a dodge with a set of triple shrooms. I don't know who that is, but it's kind of a little scary for now, because now everyone is passing Dylan here with their own set of shrooms, kind of similar to what happened on Koopa Cape, but there is still time. There's still a pretty decent chunk of the race left, so he can keep this 5th place. And in FFA, you don't necessarily need a 1st place every race. You just need enough to stay in the top half. You just you can take your 3rd place and 4th places, and that will be enough. And pulling these shrooms here, no protection, but Dylan might be able to just cross the line fast enough. Blue shell again, and it looks like Zero was able to take 1st place again, and now Dylan having a good recovery race, taking 3rd place. Mael unfortunately kind of stuck in the back, getting 8th place, but this room is still very close. But Zero is starting to really pull away, having 60 points, 17 points ahead of 2nd place, while the rest of the room is scrambling to get those points, because it is still very, very close.
I really liked that race from Dylan. The trail out at the end of lap 1 was really important to create a lot of space in third place, and able to dodge a red shell on the clock pendulum on the second item set. Just all these really small things in the game of inches that added up to a successful third place race. And that's what it's going to take. That's the mental fortitude and the physical ability to get up to the front, stay up to the front, and come back from those bad races 2 and 3. Whew.
Yeah.
Very well played. And like you said before, you don't need a big race. You don't need the big jackpot. You can live from paycheck to paycheck on 6 places or like +5, +7 points each race. You just need to make the cutoff. You don't need to win just yet. And that was a really well played race from Dylan, and earning a spot in the top 3 to start Mount Wario, where it is of critical importance to stay in the front.
Yeah, this is kind of the one track that has kind of broken the theme of long tracks. This track is very quick. This section track, there's not many shortcuts, only a few. I think maybe the one at the end, but it's not a really big shortcut. So you can't really bank on just cutting up at the end to try to take some spots. You really just have to push your way up to the front as soon as possible, because as you can see, section 1 is already done. We're already on to section 2, and this is another one of those very technical tracks that you just need to know how to play. This section right here, this waterfall, you can lose a lot of time if you hit one of these rocks or play it poorly. And at the later half of this lap, the tree section is a very deadly section that if you hit a tree and you lose a lot of speed going into lap 3, there is a very small chance you can catch up. But there is the one redeeming factor, as lightning can be very, very deadly on this track as well. If someone pulls the lightning and uses it at that final straightaway at the end, it can make or break your race if you dodge that shock or not.
There's the
Speaking
shock
of,
coming in. On the glider into the double box, the power is in Dylan's hands. There's one dodge coming up. Opts to throw the red shell, takes Zewo out of first place. I want first place for myself. We're going for the big lottery ticket first place. Double reds in hand. There is no shock in play. I don't think there was a blue shell. Blue shell might be in play, but not much time left to throw it. One form of defense going away. The other red shell falls. It comes down to the last item set. Dylan has opted to take the lead a little earlier than one might suspect, and there is the blue shell. Is the drop in time? No, it is
yeah.
not. This might be death for Dylan. The bomb goes up out of pure desperation.
Oh,
Gets maybe 1 or 2 people. This Rang might be deadly, though. There's lots of shells, Rang flying around, bumps, swinging side
oh
to
my
side,
God.
swerving, snaking to the finish line. 10th place for Dylan, who arguably might have taken the lead a little too early.
Yeah, and he's a little bit of a dangerous spot in ninth place with only 2 races left, but that shock was a little bit early, earlier than I expected at the end of lap 2, but no blue shell until the end. I was, banking on no blue shell at a race is almost certain to go wrong, because there's always certainly a blue shell in every race. So it was a bit of a gamble to take a lead that early. It looked like he did take Zero down with him, because I think he hit him 2 people with that bomb, and Zero was one of them. But it's a little bit rough, because now you kind of have to start playing a little bit more. I wouldn't say desperate, but you have to play a little bit more aggressive, because now it is where you need those final points if you're below that cutoff. And Dylan is in ninth, so he needs to make a play to make sure that he gets into the top half.
From my standpoint, I don't disagree with the decision. If there was a time to take first place, that was it. Pretty much the only opportunity, with Zero going into a double box and able to pull defense. But at the same time, it's Zero in front of you. You know the point differential. He's very comfortable in first place. There is not going to be any need to back any defense. You still have that blue shell shield, and plus 12 for a second place isn't that bad. So the risk was taken, but even with a good percentage chance of not getting blued, did not happen. Bowser's Castle, very interesting, fast-paced track. We can expect to see a lot to happen on these first few turns. Triple Nan is very dangerous, going to take a lot of lives here, including Mael. Playing from the back, how difficult is it on this track versus, say, Mount Wario, for example?
I think again, it's a track with not many shortcuts. Again, there's really only that one at the end, but with how much tech there is on this track and how much there is to help you get a really big breakaway, we're going to see breakaways happen really fast on this track because it is very fast with a lot of ways to just get so much speed, especially on that big Bowser section with all the tricks on that wavy section. There's going to be very very easy ways to just get an easy breakaway. As we saw Dylan unfortunately getting hit out in the lava pool, by that little lava spire, and Mael in a start in sixth, in a pretty good position. Only 5 coins, but having the trip shrooms behind that red shell, he's in a pretty good spot to maybe get a little bit of a push to the front near the end. But again, this track is just it's just I don't even see this track that much, so I don't really know how to explain it too well. But it's just you really only have this last shortcut at the end to really make a good push, good effective push, and everyone else is just going to maintain their spots throughout this race.
And a good push we see. There's a green shell right behind. You'd have to wonder how important is this green shell for this Pink Yoshi as defense versus offense? It's an eternal debate I constantly go through when thinking about the strategy in these races. Mael has to go wide for the blue shell, which Zero confidently dodges with a mushroom, and just put in a position where being pushed a little bit back and in range of that boomerang, one hit is not too bad. That defense being taken away could be bad depending on if there's a red shell behind. I saw a little warning, but it looks like it was on the other path. Double box for Mael, no opportunity to move up. Again, just like Singapore, hold the spot, hold the spot. How likely are these nanas to come back? Not very likely. Everybody is just holding. The fire behind, that's an opportunity to move up, but does not connect. Mael safely takes fourth place. Dylan down to 10th after a very unfortunate start. And from just like this race for Dylan, it's going to be a climb to get back up into that top position overall and move on to the next round.
Yeah, I really liked how Mael played that ending bit. He didn't get a mushroom. He only got 2 green shells at the end, so he couldn't cut up. But he was in fifth, and he still gained a spot because he just played defensively. He didn't get too greedy, try to go aggressive with the green shells. He just played to maintain that spot, and then he got rewarded He got rewarded fourth place because of it. And I think that is really what you need here when playing FFA. And now he is tied for sixth with Josh K. These last races are going to be pivotal, especially for the 2 sixth place spots, and we got a tie for eighth place as well. They're behind 8 points, so they do have a little bit of a climb. But one first place could make or break who gets into that to the next round.
That first place from Dylan on race one is looking all the more important, as if that was a race, that Peach Gardens race with a blue or a shock on it, that could have been so much worse. Speaking of so much worse,
Oh no!
thanks, Josh K. Thank you for this park baby.
This is
God,
this is just as much as
are,
gambling.
are you a liker or are you a hater of Baby Park?
I I am a bit of a hater. I did
Final
not.
track.
This is not which one. This is not what I mean. He's tied for sixth, so I don't know necessarily what. I mean, there was no strategy. This was a random pick, but I don't know how you play this because you need to make sure that if you're in sixth place right now, you just need to make sure you get ahead of who you're tied with. And on a track like this, there is no telling on where the other guy is. It is just you have to play very safe. Maybe pray that there is a lightning and dodge at the end, but there is almost no plan or strategy on this track. It is really just a coin flip.
Well, front running is so dangerous because not only are you subject to lots of shells and like red shells, blue shells, shells of all color flying around, but you're trying to dodge other people's stars who are a lap behind you. Speaking of shells, there's a blue shell coming from Mael. Not looking good for Mael. Dylan in the back trying to build up. Lap 6 of 7, but here comes the blue shell and here comes the drop. How far does Mael drop on these last 2 laps of Baby Park? The shock is available. There is a computer player in the room, so maybe not as likely as our players might think. Last lap, no dodge item, getting
Oh
hit out,
no.
nothing to boost back up. Mael is in shambles as Dylan moves up to third place. Is it enough? 10 points is good, but maybe not enough to move up to the tops. IL into last place. Baby Park front running just ain't it. Zero, a masterful performance, somehow pulling out first place on Baby Park. And was that the last race? Do we have our results?
Yeah, that was the last race, I believe, and I think Mael and Dylan are just
Oh,
short. They both tied for seventh. They're not going in to the next round, but Josh K, he beat Mael there and now is able to cut up to fifth with a tie for fifth, but luckily we don't have to do any tiebreakers for fifth place. But that was just an unfortunate race for both of our stream POVs. I mean, I Baby Park is probably the last thing you want to see in FFA.
well, in terms of a spectator sport, Baby Park is pretty fun. I can't
Yeah,
lie. Like,
that is
you
true.
love to see chaos. That's what Mario Kart is all about. But from a competitor's perspective, like, you want to have a sense of agency over your race. You want to be able to have a plan. But for Baby Park, there is almost no plan. Just chain stars if you're in the back, or if you're in the front, just pray, because there will almost certainly be a blue shell. There will almost certainly be bills and stars that you have to dodge around from people that are a lap behind. And Mael had to deal with that, and it did not work out that well for Mael, unfortunately. But that's just the way it goes. And did you say that was a random pick, or was that picked on purpose from Josh
That
K?
was that was a random pick.
Oh boy, a random Baby Park in FFA quarterfinals of such an important tournament. I, it's it's a bit of cinema. I can't lie.
I mean,
But
it is fitting for a game like Mario Kart to end on
yeah,
a random Baby Park in this room. But we saw Zewo was really strong this turn. Broke away early, got like more than one race lead, and he was just able to keep that lead for the whole time, ending with 89 points in 8 races, which is pretty impressive.
that's like just above 11 points per race, which is honestly amazing to be able to perform that consistently in rooms that are closing the skill gap from one round to the next. That's a top player that we will have our eyes on for the next round, and maybe even the final round if things go their way. But definitely, Zero earned their place in the top spot, running consistently, making good decisions. And unfortunately for Dylan, the first place on his track, Peach Gardens, was not enough. But you use the opportunities available to you. The mental game was kept up, had a rough second and third race, but brought it back for the most part in the middle couple of races, but just was not able to make that climb into the top six. And that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. But, um, you know, for our top six and those who made it out of the quarterfinals, even more exciting Mario Kart to come. The competition more intense, the races tighter. We might be moving to 12 race rounds. Not sure. We'll give you an update on that when the time comes. But the pool has shortened to just 24 players. The semifinals are next, and we are coming closer and closer to crowning a champion of Retro Rally number 9. Did we see, Angle, in this round, did we see a good amount of smart item play, do you think? Or were items used too recklessly? Because I saw a lot of shells and fire being slung around in the mid pack. Do you think from the racers we saw today, items were being used responsibly in a good way, or was it a little too volatile for your taste?
Well, how I personally play FFA, I usually play a little bit more defensively. I don't like making aggressive plays too much unless I'm 100% confident that I can hit a shot or I can hit someone out. But there is really no right way to play FFA. It really is up to preference. So I don't hate seeing a bunch of green shells and red shells being thrown. I don't hate all like the Hail Mary bombs at the end. I don't hate that at all. I think if you know what you're doing and you know what your plan is, you can make any game plan work. You can be defensive, you can be aggressive. As long as you think that you are confident in making a play, then that is the right play in your head. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. With FFA, it is kind of just comes down to a coin flip sometimes, but I think from our stream POVs, we saw a lot of, especially from my L, we saw a lot of those holding those green shells, like at the end of Singapore and the end of Bowser's Castle. Those plays are very important. And we see plays like on with Dylan at a bomb at the end of Mount Wario. That play does kind of help trying to maintain some spots because you hitting someone out at the end, trying to gain a spot back from getting hit out by the blue shell. All it really is just all these little plays that build up to one race. It's one race is just a bunch of plays happening, one by one. So I think it's just a lot of play. I think it's any strategy can work. I believe.
Yeah, me and Spicy in the earlier rounds talked a lot about confidence and sticking to what you're good at. And you can try and make a couple hero plays once in a while, but if you do that, you run a really high risk. And a lot of what goes into the free for all format is risk assessment, risk hedging, and decision making, and basing your decisions on what the highest percentage play is for you to get the most points possible. And I say most points possible because first place is obviously the goal for everybody, but only one person can get first place. And sometimes you're forced into a position where you can only salvage so many spots, so many points. Like you said before with Mael, with the green shells, it was a smart decision to hold on to that defense, to be a threat, to be a traffic cone, a roadblock for other players wanting to move up. Because if you can keep that position secure, you can essentially gain more points for yourself. And that's the sign of a good player. Mael was, even though making lots of the right decisions, was not able to move on in this round, which isn't to say that Mael played poorly, but just not enough opportunities used correctly or in the right ways. So there's a line that I like to say, or that I really like, that is, you can do everything right and still fail or still lose. And that's what I think we saw a lot of from our stream points of view. I liked the way they played a lot of the times, but it's just some small little things that just snowballed a little bit out of their control, which other players, to their credit, were able to take advantage. And I think in this room and a lot of the future rounds and points of views and races that we're going to be seeing, we're going to be seeing a lot more of the decision making mattering on a larger scale, a lot more of that snowball effect. The decisions being made by these players that we're going to see are being very well informed. They're going to be looking at their items, their position on the map, everybody else's position on the mini map for the chances, the likelihood of the lightning bolt happening, the blue shell happening. There's so much information that you need to take in to execute your race that go into making a successful race. And I'm really excited to see in this upcoming round, these upcoming 2 rounds actually, semifinals and finals, how these racers use the information and opportunities available to them to create a good race for themselves. So with that, we're going to take a 10-minute break. And after that, we're going to introduce the semifinal rounds, our participants, and we will get into the semifinals of Retro Rally number 9. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Next up, Retro Rally number 9, the finale, is the semifinal round, where we are going to be down to just 24 competitors out of the original 130 something. So the field being narrowed down to a very, very small amount, the pressure mounting, the opportunities rising, the crown becoming ever, ever closer. But the semi-final round is not going to start for a little bit. So we had some exciting developments in the other rooms and some not so exciting developments. There was a little bit of a delay with one of our rooms. So we're getting that situated, organized, and we're just thinking about and reflecting on the things that we've seen so far in this round. What's been working, what's not been working for our racers. Usually, what I've been seeing is front running is being really, really good. There's some, blips and snags here and there with the blue shell and dropping out for it, but the mid pack has been very dangerous, as it has always been in free for all format. The front has been good, and playing from the back has generally been not as successful. But in these later rounds, as the skill gap continues to file down to basically nothing, it's going to be very exciting to see just how close these races are, and how close these racers are to each other. Angle, are you looking forward to seeing anything the same or anything different from this round?
Well, one of the big things about the semifinals now is that now it is bumped up to 12 races per round. So it gives a lot more leeway for our racers to, they can afford a little bit more of bad races, maybe like 3 or 4 okay-ish races where they get a bit of a bottom spot, but it also gives a lot more opportunities for people to get ahead early and maintain a huge lead in points to secure their spot into the finals. Right now, with only 24 players in the semifinal round, there's not going to be a weak link in any of these rooms. It is going to be prime Mario Kart that we're going to be watching hopefully on these POVs, and it's going to be close, and it's going to be exciting to see what these players do and what their strategy entails when going into the semifinal round. You have a lot of options. You can play some races from the back. You can just pray that there is no lightning or a blue shell for a majority of the race and just try to run most of these tracks. But with 4 more races can make such a huge difference in an FFA, and I bet we're gonna see a lot of our players, the play styles reflect that. With these 4 more races, they might be a little bit more aggressive in some of these races because they can afford to have one more bad race or something like that, and I think it's going to be really exciting to watch.
That it is, and it makes me think of a point in competition, which I think is really important, which is momentum. Through these rounds, I have been seeing a couple players kind of fluctuate between having good races and bad races, and there are some players who just are consistent, either for better or for worse. There are some players who are constantly stuck in the back, unable to find their way up to the front, but there are some players who are just consistently able to keep things together, to keep things organized, consistent, the strategy's good, the item play is sound, and they're able to keep up to the top. And in this semifinal round, that consistency might be shaken. It might be threatened a little bit by the other skilled competitors in the room. So I think momentum and consistency is something that is gonna be shaken a little bit, which makes for a great viewing experience. But important for the competitors to keep in mind that it is a very, very mental game in addition to your own tech skill and racing on the tracks. So we are a few hours deep into this competition as well. You have to think that the fatigue may be starting to set in because we're getting to a higher level of competition, but also this is a lot of Mario Kart.
Oh yeah, I mean, 3 hours already, and potentially 2 more hours for our competitors. It really is going to come down to who has the most stamina and who has the most energy to put up with potentially 24 more races of Mario Kart Free for All, which with how chaotic these races have been, it can get very tiring very quick, especially with, you know, aggressiveness, with the green shells, red shells, boomerangs, bombs. You know, it's a lot to keep in your head on how you play these races. So, you know, if we see some fatigue, some fatigue might be what breaks a player and makes them fall out of the competition and not make it into finals. But, you know, we're going to see some players that rise to the occasion. You know, they still have all that energy pumped up. You know, they take a water break, maybe get a snack in between these races. You know, keep in their mind, you know, this, you know, you know, they still need to be proud of themselves for making it to the semifinals. Like top 24, again, like I said this for top 48, and I'll say it again for top 24. It is a great achievement to get it up this far, especially with money on the line in this tournament. You know, it's a lot of pressure to make it up this far. So I'm very excited to see what our players do and how they rise up to the occasion, and which players we're going to see come into the spotlight and make their mark in the final FFA.
You're right. Fatigue is going to be a huge factor, and we might be able to see this manifest in the decision making, which, as we've talked about all day, has been so important to the outcome of our racers' spots and point totals and overall success. And the longer you play, maybe the less thought you give to each individual decision, because every time you put effort into thinking about something like that, assessing your race, planning out the rest of your race, it takes a little bit of energy at least, and you only have so much energy throughout the day to complete all of these races. And if you want to move on, you have to spend that energy to put in a good race and execute that race. So we might be seeing a few more misses from green shells, boomerangs, fireballs, but you know, with more misses of those items, the more they are available to bounce around and create all the more chaos, as we have been seeing in the mid-pack through all of these rounds, which seems to have been the deciding factor a lot in these races, is the aggression. We've seen a lot of aggression. Whenever you have an offensive item, usually you can use that for offense or defense, like the boomerang, triple shells, bananas, etc. Some items have more offensive capability versus others, but I think the fatigue will play into how these players use their items for offense or defense. And I think if it were me, I would lean to the defensive part, because as the skill gap narrows even further, the margin for error to be able to come back from getting hit by an item becomes smaller. You do not want to get hit by an item. There's lots of tracks where getting hit is very, very deadly, particularly N64 Rainbow Road. And in the semifinals and finals, getting hit by an item will be very, very unfortunate to anybody's race. So I predict the key to this round will be staying safe, keeping coins up, and keeping yourself out of harm's way.
Yeah, I can agree. I think playing defensively from this point out is probably the way to go. I think, you know, just having that coin count up, keeping your speed up to the max, and having protection from whether it be a red shell or maybe holding a horn. Even in third place, maybe you'll get up to first place and dodge a blue shell if you just hold that horn for a while. You know, it really just comes down to what you can make use of your items. It's been a common theme again. You have to make use of your items effectively. And, you know, defensive play will probably be the key for these next two rounds, because all these players know how to run. They know how to drive these tracks. They're here for a reason. So you can't afford to get hit out at the end of a race or at the end of a lap and just be in a bad position. You need to be in a good position for a majority of the race, because it is a make or break. If you get hit out, and especially on tracks with low shortcuts, or, you know, short tracks like that are only a minute 30 long, your race might be over as soon as you get hit, even if it is at the beginning of the race. Like, even, you know, like N64 Rainbow Road, you said, you know, if you get hit out on lap 1, that is, you're most likely not coming back unless of a miracle of a lightning shows up. But, you know, but again, it is still free for all. Anything can happen. So, and you do have a little bit more leeway with 12 races. So you can just keep playing for those mid spots. You can keep getting fifth and sixth places and still make it to the next round. But you eventually are going to have a really good race to bump up your point total with like a first and second place. Those 15 or 12 points can make a huge difference, as we've seen with some of these rooms. Just that one good race might be what you need to make it into the next round.
Yeah. If you had to have one track to have a good race on like that, what's your track? Or you can name a couple, but what would you be picking in a semifinal round like this? What would give you that race, that advantage?
Well, I mean, personally for me, I think but I personally love Vancouver Velocity for that reason. I love the versatility of the track. You can start out in the front and get a big breakaway at the beginning, or you can start from a little bit of the mid pack, get a mushroom, shroom up to the beginning of lap 2, and then get a breakaway from there. It has the versatility, which I do like in a track that I can fall back onto. Yes, it's nice to have a running track that like if you get first place, it's very good to have that running track you know how to run and keep that lead. But if you feel that you're under a lot of pressure and you're under a lot of like stress to get a good race, I feel like a track with a lot of versatility that you know how to play very well is very important. And to me, that Vancouver is that track for me. Now, what about you? I think I might have an idea of what your track is, but I want you to say what that could be.
It might not be what you think. I'm sure you're thinking DK Mountain, but the more I think about it, DK Mountain is a track that a lot of people know and play. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think with the game's lifespan, how long the track has been out, I think a lot of people have learned how to take the rock hop and the cut at the end. But I think there is another track I think you might be hinting toward. One track that maybe not many people know how to play.
And yeah, I can think of a couple, and they're not very common tracks, which I think is the difference maker here. Like, my best track is DK Mountain. That's the one that I'm fastest at. But if I'm picking for a free-for-all, I'm thinking I want the track that gives me the most advantage. And for that, I'm thinking Waluigi Pinball. I was also thinking Yoshi's Island, as we saw in an earlier round. People couldn't hit the cloud, and they paid dearly for it. But Waluigi Pinball is a track that gives so many advantages if you have the track knowledge of it. If you know that the pinball cycles are not actually random, it becomes an obstacle that works for you because it hits the other players while you are perfectly able to avoid it. And as we were just talking about before, getting hit is very, very bad. And lap 3 on the pinball section, pinball and Waluigi Pinball, it's very, very deadly because people are trying to scramble up to the front. So we're more aware of what's happening in front of and behind us, and we don't know the pinball cycles or aren't able to grasp the how they're going to bounce off the bumpers at a glance, and just unable to dodge them. Besides just the track hazards themselves, there's also really niche knowledge that can help you squeeze out a victory. For example, right before the pinball section, lots of people don't know that when there's a blue shell and a bullet bill coming, they go tight. They hug the inside wall, which you would think they would go on the middle of the track. But on Waluigi Pinball, at the very end there, right before the giant pinballs open section, the blue shell and the bullet bill go tight, and I see people get hit by those all the time. And it makes me so happy when I'm able to dodge those and other people are not. That's the advantage state that I would look for in a track pick. That's where I would feel confident. It's not the track that I'm fastest at, but it's the track that I know the best. And in a game full of microscopic decision making and a butterfly effect that affects not only your own races, but everybody else's, that's the track that I would have the most confidence in. I do not expect to see it here because, I don't know if anybody else knows that it wins itself. But everybody has their own track, their own skill set, what they're good at, and that might overlap with other people's skill sets. Other people, are allowed to and be good at anybody else's good track pick, but you have to play to your strengths. For me, it's pinball. For this semifinal round, who knows?
Yeah, I agree. Pinball is having that niche track pick is very helpful, especially in a FFA like this. I have been victim to a few pinballs in my life and a few bumpers, but once you learn a track's ins and outs, it becomes very powerful to your advantage to just have that knowledge that not every player, even top players, might not know, because there are 96 tracks in the game. It's hard to know every single one at the back of your mind, but having that one track that you can just be like, yes, I know everything and I know how to take advantage of it, is very strong. And I bet we're gonna see some of these kinds of tracks in the semifinals and finals. Might not be pinball, might not be Vancouver, but I bet we're gonna see some interesting track picks in this next round. And I think it's gonna be fun. I love seeing tracks that are not picked as much. Some people may say it's trying to be different, but I just think it's using the game. It's using what the game is giving you. The game is giving you 96 tracks. You might as well use
them.
You gotta use them.
Yeah. Or, I might disagree with you when you expect to see a lot of tracks, because the further up you get, the more experienced players that you get, and usually the more experienced players have been playing for longer. And these old heads, as I like to call them, have been around for a long time, many, many years, which means they have established tracks that they've been picking for a long time, which worked for them. And even though it may be like an even playing field, everybody has an equal amount of track knowledge, that level of comfort is what you need. Sticking to your strengths, just being able to perform in a time in the semifinals when you need to perform, when you need every single advantage you can get. If it ain't broke, why fix it?
Yeah, and that is a good point, that there are a lot of older players that are used to these. They're used to the original tracks that came out when the game first came out, and sometimes those tracks are overlooked. Some of these base game tracks, like tracks like maybe Mount Wario or Wario Stadium, a lot of these newer players maybe don't practice them as much because they see the shiny new things and the shiny new DLC tracks, that they pay attention to those tracks more, and they just overlook some of the base game tracks, and they don't know how to play them. Like, you see maybe some tracks like Thwomp Ruins or Shy Guy Falls that a lot of older players may know by the back of their head, but a lot of new players that are very DLC reliant will struggle because they just they never really took the time to step back and look at what the game first had when it first came out. And that knowledge can be very crucial to making or breaking a player's performance in a tournament like this.
I think you just perfectly described me as a racer, because I started right when Wave 6 came out, and I basically started with Wave 6 and learned the tracks going backwards. So I pick like no base game. I am terrified of Cloud Top Cruise, Mount Wario. The trees on Mount Wario have gotten me so many times that I'm just afraid to play the track. I see the track pick and I'm just no, not this again. But that's why I just picked DLC. I play to my strengths. That's just how I learned, and I don't have as much experience as the racers we're about to see. But I suspect we're gonna see a lot of base game. But again, if it works, it works. It looks like we're still figuring out some scores, maybe in organizing rooms for the semifinal round. Yeah, scores are coming in. There were some disconnections, a little bit of difficulty in the previous round, so it's going to be a little bit delayed for you guys. But we'll get there eventually, and I know you all enjoy listening to us talk. So We're going to talk for just a little bit longer as we get these rooms set up for you in the semifinal round underway. Um, Gosh, it's been 9 retro rallies, huh?
Yeah.
Have you played in any of the other ones? I haven't, which I feel bad because I feel like I missed out on something amazing that's been building up to this point. Have you played any of the other ones?
I've only played one of them because Friday nights are a little bit rough for me because I do have like work in the Saturday mornings. I had work
Yeah.
before this, so it's a little bit of rough timing for me. But I did play the DS one, which I believe was the third Retro Rally, and
Ooh.
I think that it was like a lot of fun when I did play. I think Retro Rally is such a great tournament idea, just like playing tracks that originated in solely one game, and then playing characters that originated in their respective games. That DS tournament with I think it was Dry Bones and Shy Guys. Seeing all those
Yeah.
in the rooms, that is a treat to see. I wish I could have played more of them, but hopefully, going into like Mario Kart World, that we see something like this happen again. I don't know how many retros there are in Mario Kart World, but I hope that there is enough to make a special tournament like this happen again. Or maybe we just get another Mario Kart 8 Deluxe tournament like this again. Maybe I don't know who would host it. I mean, who would organize it, but I'd love to see something like this happen again.
Yeah, there are always going to be people to play. It just has to be organized. You mentioned MKDS, and I wanted to mention Shy Guy was an interesting pick because Shy Guy was not a default character in MKDS, right? He was like only selectable in, was it local multiplayer or online multiplayer?
I believe it was local multiplayer. I think it was like if you shared a copy of if like someone didn't own the copy of Mario Kart DS but they wanted to share play. I forget what it's called, but
Download play. Yeah.
Download play, that's what it is. But I think it's such a little niche thing that it's like, oh yeah, Shy Guy came out in Mario Kart DS even though he wasn't an actual proper character in that game. And I think it's just really fun to see like characters like that, little things you just don't see every day.
What track did you pick for that retro rally? You got to be Shroom Ridge, right?
Oh yeah, I'm a big Shroom Ridge fan. Go from Shroom Ridge and to TikTok Clock. Those are my two favorite personal tracks from DS. That DS. Besides Mario Kart Wii, DS was the other Mario Kart game that I grew up with, and I have a lot of nostalgia for it before my DS broke, which was unfortunate. But that's why I have a 3DS, so I can still go back and play the DS games.
Yeah, good times. MKDS was my first taste of Wi-Fi racing. And I remember discovering snaking all on my own from the missions. And I was so confident. I plugged in my little Nintendo Wi-Fi USB dongle to my laptop to create a little Wi-Fi point, connect to the internet. I was so confident, and then my first race, I lost. I was so defeated. But MKDS was so much fun. So many memories playing the last few Mario Karts. And, that's why we're here. Again, this is Retro Rally, baby. A celebration of everything Mario Kart. And here in the final one, the Retro Rally finale is just the culmination, a grand celebration of all the reasons why we're here. And I'm super happy to be a part of it. We're almost going to have this semifinal room set up coming for you pretty soon. Still tallying scores, getting things figured out. There's usually some hiccups that always go with tournament organization. It's a very tricky process. And of course, we always appreciate our tournament organizers because there are people that take the time out of their day to voluntarily organize this for all of us. And, in the end, we come for the racing, but we stay for the people. It's the community that matters. It's the community that is what makes this happen. It's people like you, even just taking part watching this stream, that makes this Mario Kart experience so special. And I can't wait for the next installment in the series, Mario Kart World, where we'll see lots of returning players. We'll see new faces, new strategies. New strategies are the things that I'm most excited for. Do you see all that wall riding? It's like Mario Kart and Titanfall. which is Titanfall has amazing movement. I'm a big fan of Titanfall and Apex Legends and all that, and just the wall riding just opens up so many new opportunities, techniques, and just ways to race that makes it such an exciting game to look forward to. But so we almost have the rooms up. I'm getting some news from our tournament organizers that we were almost there for you. So just have to wait a little bit longer. But did you see that wall writing in world angle? That's lots of people were saying, of course, there's always people who are doubters and believers, right? For the new Mario Kart. In each new installment, they have to make up something new. For Wii, it was bikes and wheelies. Double Dash, it was 2 players on a cart and 2 items. Let's see, what else? 7 was gliders and underwater. 8 was anti-gravity. Deluxe was, just an add-on to 8, brought back double items and stuff. But the wall riding, what a cool concept. And I feel like we won't know what we really have until the game comes out, and we'll see some ridiculous stuff.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think wall riding and charge jumps, I think that just opens up so much new strategies and new techniques that a lot of players are gonna, one of my favorite things to see when like a new Mario Kart comes out is all the day one times. What happens in the first 24 hours of a game release, and seeing what they can come up with like on the spot. Because in a game like World, where there's just so much new techniques, new strategies that we come up with, and also with that rewind feature that people, it'll be much easier to practice some of these strategies because of that rewind feature. And also the open worldness, you can literally just keep driving around, just testing out these wall jumps or wall rides and charge jumps, and maybe you'll just accidentally discover a strategy and then have it named after you. And that is, to me, that is like one of the most exciting things of a new Mario Kart game, especially with a new one as big as World. And I'm very excited to see what all these day one strategies look like, and what the competitive scene will look like. Once things have developed and once people understand how the game works, and it's just so exciting. I can't wait. Less than a month away.
That's probably the best part about the new game, or like the release of any new game, is you see the initial footage of like the expos in like Dallas and LA and New York and stuff, where people are underwhelmed by the driving straight gameplay. But when there's a new Mario Kart, people will develop strategies. In Double Dash, there's A-Tech, R-Tech, where you can drive straighter while still snaking. There's snaking just in general in DS. There's glider vectoring in 8 Deluxe. There's just spin drifting in Mario Kart Wii, fire hopping in 8U. Where there is competition and people that want to go fast, where there is a will, there is a way. And just the first few days and the tech that is going to be discovered, to me, is the most exciting part, and why I have no doubts that Mario Kart World is going to be a great game and something to look forward to. It's getting closer day by day. It's about a month out, I think.
Yeah, I believe it's June 9th, something like that. I don't remember exactly. I know it's sometime beginning of June, but it's very exciting.
Yeah.
What is do you have any? I think I do know, but just for the audience, what is the one track that you've seen footage of that you're excited to get your hands on? What is that day one track of yours going to be?
I have a list of my top 3 tracks, and the track I play the most is whatever is the highest on my top 3. And my top 3 from 3rd to 1st is DK Mountain at number 3. Played a lot of that in 8 Deluxe. Number 2, which is the track I will be playing, is Dino Dino Jungle. Super excited for that. Unfortunately, my favorite of all time, DK Jungle Parkway, did not make it in, but, that's fine. We have Dino Dino Jungle, dinosaur riding, dinosaur grinding. Let's go. I'm super excited for that. Just there's so many multi-paths, and I can't wait to see if the little fence jump at the end is going to be possible in this game.
Yeah.
Or if it's just going to be another wall to ride. But I will be playing Dino Dino Jungle a lot when it first comes out. Aside from the free roam mission mode and just taking it all in.
Yeah, of course.
What about you? Is there a track you like? Maybe something Rosalina themed?
You know that one track Starview Peak looks to pique my interest. I'm a
Yeah.
big fan. I'm it might be basic, but I'm a big fan of Super Mario Galaxy, my favorite game of all time. It's my nostalgia game that I grew up with. But I these tracks are like wintry, icy themed. I am a big fan of the art style and like the environment of those kind of tracks, and it's anything with Galaxy I'm going to be drawn to. So of course, that's probably going to be the track that I lean toward the most, and we'll be probably playing a lot when the first game comes out. But there's also the other retro tracks. The Airship Fortress and Tour Factory. Of those tracks, of course, are going to be like the tracks that I play a lot.
Yeah. What a great game, but that's in the future. Right now, we have the semifinals, room number 1, which we're going to be broadcasting for you. Lots of good names here. Side B, Mudkey, Byakuya, Smiley, Goody, James, Q, Tita, Naivo, Ace, Ryo, and Yanfree. Lots of names that we've already seen broadcast here on the channel through the first few rounds. Lots of, oh God. I'm looking at these names and I'm trying to pick out a few that I think are like guarantees to make it into finals. And I don't know if anybody in this room is a guaranteed lock for this for the top spots. I know a few who definitely have a lot of experience playing in free-for-all format, lots of Mario Kart experience, lots of years under their belt. But again, this is a very strong-looking room, pretty even across the board, and anybody's game to take.
Yeah, this is a scary room to be in, and like you said, I don't really see any lock for the finals in this room because 12 races now, anything can happen. All of these players are capable of getting into that final round. It is just which one of these players has the stamina and who will keep their momentum to get into the top 6 and move on to the finals. The pressure is on now. These players have to keep their mentals up. They have to lock in and not let their heads get head get down. They have to just they have to have their plan. They have to have the tracks that they feel confident in, and make their push into the finals, because this is going to be a scary room to be in.
What's an example of keeping your mentality up? Because, for example, if you are going into lap 3 and like a 3rd place spot and you get hit twice in a row by like a red shell into a lightning bolt and everybody passes you, like what goes through your brain? What do these people have to psych themselves up about? How do we come back? What do you tell yourself? Because for me, do you tell yourself it is what it is, or maybe you think I could have changed something there? Do you think about the past, look to the future, stay into the present?
I think there is, in a room like this, in a tournament like this, there is no reason to look back at the past. There, things happen, and especially in a game like this, where there is that luck factor. There is really no point in looking back. It's something you look back after after the room is done. You finish your 12 races, you can look back and see what you could have done differently. Maybe there's some things you can learn from, so you can improve on for the future. But when you are playing this room, you do not want to dread on anything that happened. You move on to the next race. You have 12 races for a reason. One bad race is not going to define your outcome and your performance. So all you have to do is just you have a bad race, you have a bad ending, getting double redded or blued on the line, and a lot of people pass you. You move on. Just move on to the next race. You don't need 12 first places. That's unrealistic. You don't need a 180 to get to the finals. All you need to do is just have enough points to get to in that top 6 threshold, and there you go. You don't want to worry about too much. Worrying about any little thing that isn't going to matter in the next round is pointless, in my opinion.
Yeah. You got to worry about what's necessary in the moment and stay mentally grounded. Because, as we said before, this is a lot of Mario Kart. We are a little over 3-4 hours deep into this tournament. and the competition is only getting tougher. So there are good things that are going to happen, and there are inevitably bad things that are going to happen. And a lot of this competition, a lot of this room is going to be about not, how hard you can hit, but how hard you can get hit and keep driving forward. And, I'm wondering about the track selection, if we're going to see a lot of tracks that as we've seen before, shroom up tracks like Koopa Cape, lots of tracks that don't have a lot of volatility and third lap comeback potential, but tracks that as long as you're consistent to keep your spot in, you can do well. Tracks that if you stay up in the front and maintain your position, you can do well. So we shall see, and hopefully we'll get started with the room here, room one, race one in the semifinal round. Still getting a few things organized, but oh, here we go. Race one, semifinal round. Bowser's Castle 3, a track, again, an early shroom spot that I was just talking about. Taking the lead after this turn up here is going to be very important. We see the immediate trail from Mudkey. All about keeping the spot, and the nerves. The nerves might play a factor. We'll see the snowball effect here for Mudkey, because being in first on this track is really, really good, but all of a sudden, a completely avoidable fall off into the fire means playing from the back. And, this isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it means a couple more things have to go right in this race in order for Mudkey to claw their way back and do well.
Yeah, there are a bunch of shortcuts on this track, right there after the after that line, and also at a bit of a U-turn, there is a shortcut there. But there is not a lot of room for error in these races, and as we can see, blue shell out, Q up here in third, being aggressive with the red shells, not having any protection left, but avoiding the bomb that second place tried to drop onto Q for Redding, and is able to take second place. I didn't even realize it was lap 3 there. But, this is exactly what you want, what you want in race 1, Q, starting off with, second place, and I believe Monkey did end up getting into third. Didn't really see what happened there, but you can assume that things went his way, to be able to get back into third. But, you don't need first places. There is 12 races. You have a lot of time, but starting in a top 6 position after race 1 is a very, very good spot to be in.
Yeah, I think Q got a little bit lucky there, because the decision to red that bomb was an interesting one, to be sure. He made sure to go really, really wide to avoid the bomb explosion, but I think that bomb might have been chucked forwards. I couldn't really see it clearly, but the red definitely connected where it should not have. But you take every single advantage you can get, and if you're Q, you're sitting kind of pretty after race 1. You're feeling good. And here's where momentum might start to kick in. If you finished well in this race 1, you're feeling pretty good, got some nerves out of the way. But Tokyo Blur, in the competitive scene, is known to favor the people starting in the bottom spots. They have coins. There's going to be a lot of drafting on this first wide right turn. A couple red shells in play. Again, these people in the front are not panicking. If one red shell is trailed, then the other probably is trailed as well. Then the competition starts. Then it's either me or you. But if you put the red shells away, then we don't have that situation. But it ends up working for Q, moving up to a comfortable second position. Red shell behind, though. Does he see it? Does he avoid it? No, he actually falls to the boomerang. There's a bomb in first, and all of a sudden, this race is about to be broken wide open. Let's just see how.
Yeah, the thing with Tokyo Blur is that, everything happens at the beginning of the race. Everything is kind of determined very early on because of how close the pack gets at the beginning, especially with that shortcut at the beginning. You can take it with a shroom, or you can take it without one if you're skilled enough to take it. But now we see the pack is a little bit more separated. We see Mudkey holding this shroom, maybe preparing for a blue shell that maybe Smiley will drop out for, so he can dodge it himself. We see a bomb thrown up the middle and
Oh,
unfortunately hitting out Mudkey. It looked like hit him through the wall and getting hit by a Nana as well. And now, things are starting to fall apart a little bit for Mudkey. But Q in a star, dodging a bomb thrown up at him, but not dodging the fire. And, he's in fifth place, has only a green shell for protection, but, red being thrown is able to block it. But another a horn out of nowhere, but it's still able to maintain a fourth, looks like fifth place after a chaotic Tokyo Blur. And Mudkey also able to keep that sixth place. After that, they got second and third place respectively in the first race, and getting that mid spot in fifth and sixth is very good. You don't need big races every time. If you get mediocre races that gets you that +8, +7, +6, that is really all you need in order to maintain yourself in the top six threshold to get into finals. So I really liked how they played that race. They played a little bit. You see a lot of aggressive and defensive plays in these FFAs, but you also see you like the common theme again. We sound like broken records, but you have to use your items to your
yeah.
advantage, and when we're seeing these players do exactly that. They're getting the items that they're getting the items and they're using it to their advantage to get as many points as they can.
It's interesting to see as the race develops how the trigger finger on the ZL button to use the item becomes quicker and quicker because near the start in section 1, we saw two people with red shells seemingly agreeing to say, you know what, if you don't present a danger to me, I won't present a danger to you. So they both just hold their reds. But near the end of the race, there's less and less time to move up. And during sections 1 and 2, or laps 1 and 2, you want to keep your spot. You want to maintain some sense of peace and security. But as lap 3 comes along, it becomes a domino effect. There was a green shell connecting with somebody in the top spot. They decided to horn to defend their spot, prevent anybody else from coming up, and it just becomes the chaos that we know as Mario Kart. So it's really important, I think, to set yourself up for success. Q was really set up well there, going through a few potential dangers with a star at the end of Tokyo. And he's looking pretty good here. We know there's a good shroom up spot at the end of section 2. Luckily dodges a few fireballs and bananas. This Mr. Scooty vehicle, very good for dodging items. And so up here, it's looking pretty good. A shroom in second. First place, no doubt, knows that Q has the shroom in hand and is available to drop for the blue shell. Smartly goes wide for a second place box as the blue shell comes out. This is really bad for Q. A shock, a blue, only 2 coins to his name, and now the window of opportunity shrunk massively. It's probably defense from here on out for Q.
Yeah, I mean, luckily he did get hit onto that boost panel, so he was able to get some of that momentum back. But again, he only has 3 coins. But pulling a mushroom and a horn here is very, very good. He's gonna opt to use the mushroom early just to get the defense out, as there is triple greens thrown. Unfortunately, not able to get the horn off in time, so he's just gonna be able to use it to stop players from passing him. And getting a plant here is not ideal because you don't have any protection from the back, but it still ends up getting backed from a green shell even with the plant. Mudkey is going to be able to shroom up into 6th and 7th, but there is a triple greens in front of him, so he has to respect the space of the triple greens. Another blue shell is out. It's going to be able to pull out triple bananas of his own to try to defend himself and try to just maintain a mid spot again. Going to be able to trail out the triple greens to get rid of that threat, and someone gets redded on the line, so he's able to stay in 4th place. Q somehow gets into 5th after all of that happened. And both of our POVs getting another mid spot, 4th and 5th place respectively. And this is exactly what you want to see. You're 3 races in and you're consistently getting a top 6 spot. That is a lot of good points that will be very helpful as the room progresses. We're just we're going into the last race of the first Grand Prix. What do you think our players are thinking right now?
I think a lot of our racers might be a little bit on edge because we're seeing a lot of I'll call them duels in the upper mid spots because that last item pull by Mudkey, the triple bananas, you can choose to, I guess, challenge another set of triples, as we saw Ace up there have triple greens. And usually, when you run into another player with triple items, it's either you or them. And
Yeah.
that is such a high risk that you usually don't take. You usually just space from each other, say, like, I won't bother you, you don't bother me, we're good, we're just going to keep our spots. But Mudkey seemed to be a lot faster and had no choice but to take that challenge. Luckily, it worked, and they were able to gain a few spots from not only winning that duel, but passing someone who got redded out on the line. Also might have been helped by Q getting hit with that plant, who had an
Yeah.
absolute buffet to eat with all those mushroom players trying to round that hairpin turn at the end. But, you use the opportunities that you're given. And right now, Mudkey, first place in Mario Kart Stadium, activating the motion, trying to build a semblance of a lead, not really working out. And, this is interesting because first place is lost from Mudkey here. A third place item coming in. How does this change the race? Is the front run dead, or is he at just a little bit of a disadvantage?
I think with this breakaway that this top four has and another blue shell coming out, um I don't think his race is dead at all. I think this is actually a really good position to be in. Having this mushroom in third and second place, dodging that blue shell as well. This track, as I was gonna say, that the lightning is very strong on this track. And at the end of lap two, it could be pulled again at lap three, but it might be unlikely, especially with the pack closing in. Now Monkey kind of has to play it a little bit of a desperate mode because he is in 10th. Q as well, also kind of in the back. But the pack is closing in. Oh,
Oh,
and Q getting horned out there and having to take the time to turn around is very unfortunate. Both of our PUVs in bottom two. Mudgy gonna have to pull something kind of a miracle pull here to try to make a push for the end. Only a mushroom, it might be enough for that motion glider at the end to get that extra bit of boost. Oh, but those nanas trapping the item boxes is just unfortunate. Q able to cut up into 10th place instead of 11th,
wow.
only gaining one spot. I thought he was going to gain more from that, I'll be real. But, you know, again, the room is starting to kind of, everyone's starting to get into their position. Mudkey and Q having one unfortunate race is, yeah, I mean, we could see he flipped that because we're I believe that's just the ghost with the nanas. There's really nothing you can really do about something like that. But you know, there is 12 races. They're still in top six. They don't have to play completely scared and desperate. It's okay to have one bad race. So as I said before, there's no reason to look back at it. Yeah, you see a clip, it's a little funny, but now you move on. New Grand Prix, we're on to race 5. You just want to keep playing the game and just hope some things like that just don't happen again.
I also thought Q would gain a lot more spots off of that motion glider. But as we said before, everybody in this room probably knows how to do it. So in a previous round, like rounds 1 or 2, you might get away with getting like 3 or 4 spots there. But with this level of competition, you're just not gaining that ground. And I think back to Mudkey getting hit by those triple nanas at the start of lap 3. I was thinking to myself, that's only like a few seconds lost, but let's see if this has like a little bit of a ripple effect. And it did. You would have to think that maybe he doesn't get hit by those nanas at the end if it doesn't get trailed by those nanas at the start. So every little decision is mattering here. And Q, we know, loves Excite Bike Arena, is able to get a lot of coins out the front of the gate, does not get redded around this turn, and is in a good position to front run. But as we know, Excite Bike Arena, you can play in a multitude of ways, as you can a lot of the Mario Kart tracks. Early Shock coming in. This is interesting. Shock and Blue. This will make both of those items available later in this race, maybe as soon as the last set of lap 2. But this has a lot of players in this race thinking, what is my plan for the rest of this race? Because at a high level, you have to plan your race farther ahead than just the next turn. So for Q, Shroom in pocket, this is pretty good. We got some offense, and then we get rid of it, and then take the cut with a mushroom. We're in a pretty good spot. All of a sudden, no, there's a wrench thrown in that plan, thanks to another red shell from another player. So still in a good spot in second.
Ooh.
This is a little bit of a better spot, star in fourth. Let's see if Mudkey can use this to its maximum potential to get its good spot in this race.
Yeah, and we see another blue shell is out, which means that a shock could be in play again. Having this dodge up in six, but in first place has a huge breakaway, so there could have been a lightning pulled at this set, and it could be used at this final turn. Q with triple reds, as well as mushrooms behind, is very good. Not
No.
if he gets bombed though. That is very unfortunate. But Mudkey is going to have a very good race. Holding that star up to the front, getting second place. Q managing to, salvage a sixth place, which is not bad at all, especially, getting bombed with bombed through your red shells. But they're both very similar in scores, 39 and 38. But the room is starting to get a little closer, and these mid spots, these fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth place players, they're gonna have to start trying to, kind of make sure that they are solidifying themselves into the top six. But it's still first half. You don't have to play dangerously aggressive just yet. And I think both of our stream POVs did what they could. They used their items to their advantage, and Q salvaging up to sixth place was very good in his position, and Mudkey just able to hold that star up to second place is just very good. And here we are seeing Yoshi's Island.
Ooh, I like this track. You already know
Yeah.
why.
Oh
We
yeah.
saw this track being played before, and I think the second round when we had Spicy here. But the deciding factor in that race was the inability of any of the top three to hit the cloud, which meant they had to go around the last turn, lose a ton of time, and just the elimination of a front run simply from not hitting the cloud, which is a combination of, a little bit of track knowledge. And sometimes, if you're on a bad cycle, the cloud is literally just too high to hit on lap one. But front front presence on this track, I think, is a little bit underrated. The shrimp spot is really good to get up to the front. Ray Enigma up in the top spots. Mudkey in second place, probably going for that double box. Yep. Dodges a green shell on the way, and let's see if we can hit the cloud. Very good. So
Yeah,
this sets up a good front run for the top spots. Lots of danger here. Oh boy.
jeez. Yeah, but hitting the cloud is very important. It's essential, like you said. Having to take that long, wide turn at the end is just devastating. Even with the shroom, hitting that cloud is just much much faster. And as we can see, Mudkey hitting out someone with the red, and also a lot of players getting hit out. Having fire in first, now second place, gonna able to try to fire out Rayito. Um, but he's in a very good position right now. Going to be backing the fire just to be able to cycle for another item. Cloud is going to be on the left
Cloud's on
side
the left
here.
side.
Yeah, Raito was not able to hit it, but Mudkey was able to, giving Raito kind of a little bit of a break, so he didn't have to worry about going on the longer turn. But Mudkey is in a very good position right now, having the double defense, having maximum coins. He's in a good spot to just try to stay in the front. And Q as well, also staying up here in fourth with also 10 coins. Now having triple greens. Mudkey now pulling a shroom to able to cut up and have a little bit of a break in first place,
Whoa.
having a little bit of threats from Rang from behind. But now, and getting hit by the Rang. But now it's up to if they can hit the. Oh no!
No. This is
That
put
is
not even on the bridge. Oh no.
that is that is devastating. Q able to take the bridge from the cloud, gonna be able to take fourth place, but Mudkey falling down to 10th, missing that
No.
glider. That is not what you want to see. He was in a very good position and just missed the glider ramp. That is devastating, but he's still in sixth place. He still in a position to move on into finals, but the points are starting to tighten up here, and some of these players are going to have their big race eventually, and they might just need another first place or second place because these points are going to matter a lot more entering the second half.
Oh yeah. The pressure only gets higher the later into the round that you go. And oh god, you feel for Mudkey. Sometimes that's just how it happens. But that was an interesting scenario on lap 2. Raito essentially forcing a little bit of a prisoner's dilemma, saying, I go really, really fast if I don't hit the cloud, if I take the tight line. And if you don't hit the cloud either, then we both lose. But if Mudkey hits the cloud, then Raito actually benefits from that a lot. And that's what happened, building up a generous lead and able to keep that top spot. So that was an interesting decision to not go for the cloud lap 2, which we all know is on the left side.
Yes, of
But it
course.
ended up working out. And yeah, unfortunate miss of the glider ramp from Mudkey. But, you know, we talked about it before. The mentality. Got to bounce back. Take each race one race at a time. Piranha Plant Cove is a good track to catch up on. There's a mushroom shortcut, which Mudkey has a mushroom for. This could be the window back into the front and back into this competition. Speaking of back, all of a sudden, it's back to the back for Mudkey.
Yeah, that
Was it
back
Spoon
three.
Strat?
Oh,
Okay. He does Spoon Strat, glider into the water, able to go around the turn completely shroomless.
there.
The Rang instantly connecting. And again, we talked about this before. You got to stay mentally in the race. Q was in a great position with that Boo and triple shrooms, but all of a sudden that lost time becomes critical. And he has to basically re-evaluate his position in the race and how he wants to play it. Got to get the coins back up, got to get back into this race. And on Piranha Plant Cove, there's a shroomless shortcut up here that's really important, but not many shroom shortcuts for the back of the pack to catch up on. But as we all know, shock is fairly common, I would say, on this track. And we
Yeah.
might be expecting one near the top of lap 3.
Yeah, Mudkey using his shrooms to, get away from the danger and just shroom up into first place. Having a mushroom and a protection behind is a really strong position. So if there is a blue shell, never mind, his mushroom got ghosted. So now if there is a blue shell, he might have to I have to worry a little bit and might have to consider dropping out. The pack is still very close. So I don't know if a lightning will be in play, but he does have a bomb in first. He can use this bomb defensively just to make sure that all the other players behind him space away so we can maintain this first place. And it doesn't look like there is going to be any aggressiveness into him, as I think second place did have a
Oh,
horn, but second place was able to shroom past him at the end and take over first place. So putting Mudkey into second and Q ending up in sixth place. And now Mudkey and Q are tied with 54, sixth with 53, seventh with 49 points. In sixth and seventh place are really close right now going into race 8.
that was a really fun dynamic and interaction up in the top two because the Japanese player R had that horn out the whole time and it was available. Right. Um, that was available to hit out Mudkey, but they were always conscious of the possibility of a blue shell, which was still in play. It could have been pulled, and that was the defense and the win condition for the race. But what was the difference maker here was the pocket item. Mudkey had no idea that there was a shroom in pocket available to shroom up and steal first place. Had that knowledge been obtained, then the bomb play would have probably been different. But the ability to hide that pocket shroom and steal first place was the difference maker, and just really well played to not use that horn early. So it's the small decisions that are making up a majority of these results, and what's separating the first places from the second, and maybe who passes from this competition and who is eliminated.
Yeah. I really like that play. Just hiding that mushroom, just keeping that in your pocket, and just being able to just cut up into first. Those are the decisions that it makes the difference between like good players and great players. And as we head into Bowser's Castle, this is our, I don't know how, I think at least second time picking this track. A little bit of a common track recently. Q is going to be starting in the back a little bit. Just trying to get that coin count up to be able to make a push for the front, probably trying to get a mushroom to be able to take that cut at the end of the lap. to try to create some distance. He's kind of separated from all the other players. The pack is a little bit spread out right now. So, not pulling a mushroom is unfortunate, but he can just use these fireballs and red shells defensively to prevent any players from passing him, or he could be aggressive and try to bring fifth and fourth place back, hitting out one, but one of them avoiding, I believe that was a horn that fifth place had, trailing out another, unfortunately getting bumped in a weird way to hit the wall. But he's able to maintain his speed, avoiding that red shell being thrown, somehow not hitting the pendulum. I believe the blue shell hit the pendulum, so he was able to avoid it and kind of having a lucky break. Now having a mushroom still in the mid spot, still in fifth place right now, and now he does have a mushroom to take this cut at the end of lap two. And this could be really good for Q if he pulls something good behind it. And pulling fire again. He can use this aggressively like he did, or now play this defensively. He's going to start throwing up some fireballs up to try to bring some of the players back again. It looks like, again, just hitting a player out. Hitting two, but unfortunately getting hit by a stray Rang and then getting trailed from a different set of Nanas. And now he's ended up in the back, and as well as Mudkey back here in seventh, having to break a little bit to avoid the pendulum, but still getting trailed out. But I believe was another set of Nanas, having only a star and shrooms in the back. Q having another fire flower, just pulling them every lap. You're going to be again spamming them upward to try to get some players out, but getting hit by a stray green shell, and now is ending up in last place with a Mudkey in 11th, having this last chance golden to try to gain a spot or two to see if anyone gets hit out at the end, but it doesn't look like it, and they're going to be, unfortunately, our stream movies are going to be ending up in bottom two.
I was waiting for somebody to get hit out at the end, but we see ahead of Mudkey just 4 or 5 people all in stars.
Yeah.
Everybody was staying super safe there, and it makes sense everybody had a star there because first place was just so damn far ahead. Because we saw from Q's point of view, just the guy was on fire, lighting everybody up. 3 fire flowers in that race, and I liked what he did. Like we talked about before, you got to use the opportunities available to you. And normally, shooting fire at somebody with a super horn is a really bad idea because you're going to hit them and then they're immediately going to try and horn you. But Q knew that. He took the risk. He planned out the interaction ahead of time, and it all went according to plan. So he was able to move ahead. Unfortunately, got bumped out on the next turn. But, it's the little planning and execution of these things that presents those opportunities to move up. It just didn't work out that way for him in the end. It's all it takes is one little bump or bad interaction for that to happen. But Q was playing well from what I'm seeing. Just could have a little more points, but just it's Mario Kart. Sometimes that's just how it happens. But I like what he's doing, and I think if he keeps playing the way that he's playing, we'll do well to finish out this last Grand Prix.
Yeah, I think as you mentioned earlier that you can do your best and still not get the outcome that you want, and I think that's exactly what just happened on Bowser's Castle. I think Q and Mudkey played that race pretty well, and it was just unfortunate that it ended the way it did. But we are now into the last Grand Prix of this room. It's now or never. So you can't look back at what happened in these last few races and just have to keep moving forward. Q in a pretty good position right now, having shrooms to take the cut at the end, which is in Electrodrome. This is the most important part of the track. You need to be able to take this shroom cut if you don't have a big breakaway in first place, because it's just such a big shortcut to have at the end. It is really what defines the race. Just cutting up and gaining those spots at the end of the track. um he did get hit out at the line, but he is still able to take fourth place here. Blue shell is out. It's going to be targeting Ryuta, but I think he does have a shroom to dodge it, and I guess he did not, was unable to dodge the blue shell. But now Q is still in a solid third place, having protection. Ideally would pull like to pull a shroom here to take the shroom cut, but instead just pulls another green shell, which he could use these offensively to try to hit out anyone that tries to take the shroom cut, or he can just play a little bit defensively, and just try to chain the green shells when he can. Mudkey is in the back, not the worst on this track because of that shortcut, but this build just took him up from 11 to 6 and having a star in a great position. Q still having double defense, a green and a banana. Going to be able to block one red shell, going to be able to get another item, not successfully chain and only get one, but does have a super horn heading into this final item set, which is really good if he any other danger comes his way. Pulls a mushroom, going to be able to use the horn and going to be able to take this shroom cut. It looks like that was side B, or that wasn't able to take the shroom cut at the end. So Q is able to cut up into second. Mudkey able to recover a little bit of spots at the end to get up into seventh. And now it looks like now Q is up in fifth and Mudkey is now in seventh, in danger of dropping out of the tournament.
You know, I feel like that mushroom was deserved for Q. Like I was pulling for him to get that mushroom. It feels good to go into that last turn, that shortcut turn, with defense in hand and then a mushroom. And you know, he was stuck in the upper middle spots, fighting for his life for a lot of that race. He was able to fend off multiple shells, triples, drafts. There was one part at the start of lap 3 where he had a trailing shell in front of him and triple bananas right behind him. And, you know, in that situation, I think I would have crumbled. I would have folded. I would have just gone wide, maybe just gotten hit by those nanas, conceded a lot of space that Q was able to identify that he did not need to concede, and just defended himself perfectly, stood his ground, and got a mushroom at the end to move up a pretty crucial spot, since second place is 2 points higher than third. So well played from Q, and he's in a good spot, just barely, but he's doing what he needs to do to maintain position and be able to move on to the final round.
Yeah, and here we are with another random pick, a random Royal Raceway. I really like this track. I think it is a little bit a track that isn't seen as much as I would have liked. You know, it is pretty versatile. You can get a decent breakaway on this track, but you know, there are a lot of shortcuts that, you know, we already see some of the players opting to stay in the back, either trying to pull the lightning bolt themselves or trying to pull stars and mushrooms to be able to take some of these shortcuts and able to catch up in the end. You know, we see this a lot and now in these like later rooms. We see players just try to opt to one particular strategy, whether it just be moving up to the front and staying there like Q is doing right now, or opting to stay in the back and try to pull some very good power items like Mudkey is doing, having Golden Bill. You know, Golden, you know, is not particularly frowned upon. You know, it's not a great item, but you know, when you do have the opportunity to take a lot of shortcuts, the golden can be very powerful. And you know, the bill is always a powerful item to have. You know, protection from the shock, and you know, gaining a lot of speed and catching up to the front. And Mudkey does still have that star in his hand, and he's still in a very good position. Blue shell was thrown, and Q is able to cut up after the blue shell was thrown into first. So there's not going to be another blue shell for a little bit, but there is still that possibility it is going to be thrown at the end of the lap 3. But he is in a pretty good position, not having any defense. So if there is a red shell in second place, he might be in a little bit of danger. But he does have a decent little breakaway, going to be able to take the no item shortcut onto the boost panel to get another item and a little bit of boost from that boost panel, and he does have a really solid break in first place. But Mudkey is in second with 4 mushrooms. He's going to be able to take a lot. Going to cut a lot of this grass up. I'm not sure if it will be enough to pass Q because he does have a big breakaway and 2 defensive items. But no defense from a lightning bolt. I don't think I saw many people dodge that lightning. But now blue shell is thrown, is not going to be fast enough to hit Mudkey out. And now our stream POVs from getting bottom 2 have now gotten top 2, Q in first and Mudkey in second, which brings Q up into third place. And now Mudkey is tied for 6th going into the next race.
Well, I was shocked, honestly, no pun intended,
Okay.
that the lightning bolt took that long to appear. Because Royal Raceway, from the start, we saw so many people just drop to the back immediately, because as a lot of our racers know, that's a common occurrence on this track is the lightning bolt. And sometimes it doesn't appear. Again, it's a percentage chance for anybody to pull it on any given item box after 30 seconds have passed during the race. But Q, again, using his opportunities well, dropping or just being in second place for that blue shell and beautifully using a mushroom at the same time that the blue shell was hitting first place to enter into first place. Playing the cards well, and the blue shell not showing up again until it was too late. Just, again, this small, minuscule decision making is on point as Q continues to climb and punches ticket into the final round. It's looking pretty close in the middle of the road. I think there's a tie. Is there a tie for sixth? Yes. There's a tie for sixth between Mudkey and Ruto at 74 points. James is just ahead at 75. Smiley in fourth at 76. And Q with a little bit of breathing room in third with 82. So it's coming down to the wire. Last two races, Amsterdam, very front run heavy, very important to not get hit. That's not what you want to see, but sometimes it's just out of your control. But what is in your control is what you do with the items you're given. But Amsterdam Drift, not a whole lot of shortcuts, not a whole lot of coins. We can only guess what the plan is for our racers to try and get back up to the front.
Yeah, and it looks like Monkey right now is opting to stay a little bit in the back. There is, like you said, there isn't that many shortcuts on this track, but lightning, shock almost on any track can be very deadly, and it's no difference here. Shock on Amsterdam can be very deadly, and that could be the ticket to bring Monkey back up to the front, because in these last two races, you kind of have to start looking at who your target is. You have to look who is close to you in points and make sure that no matter what, you at least get ahead of them and get more points to them in that race. Especially for Mudkey, as he isn't tied for sixth, so he needs to make sure he can at least get more points than whoever he is tied with, and he is in a very good position to do so with a Bill and a Star in eighth place. The pack is pretty close. I don't know if a shock can be pulled, but he is in a very good position to make his push to get a top spot. Having this Star in fourth, going to be able to kind of be in a defensive position for the last part of this race, bumping into these walls a little bit, but maybe that is intentional to make people respect his space, and it works out as he trails somebody at the end to get fourth place, and Q able to get sixth place. And that's exactly what you want to see from Mudkey. He's able to, get a little bit of break in points. So now he's up to fifth, no longer in that tie. Points are still very close, but that's exactly what you wanted to see. Just not it wasn't a first, it wasn't like a second, but just a fourth place ahead of who you're tied with is exactly what you want to see. And going into this final race, I believe you really just want to make sure you are just ahead of your competition.
We've seen a lot of death, doom, and destruction in these middle spots. From shells, from fireballs, from boomerangs, all of which was present during that Section 3 of Amsterdam. But the best way to deal with all that is to just be invincible. And the great way to do that is Bill and Star. And that is by design. That was no accident. Mudkey, after getting hit early in Section 1, use the opportunities. That is where the strategy comes in. You have to play it from the back and identify the correct opportunity to move up. Now, you have to get the right items, right? He could have gotten triple shrooms and a golden mushroom, which would have been really bad, and just been a little bit harder to catch up. But using the opportunities available to Mudkey in the correct way at the right time gets you a lot of points. And Mudkey is now in a great position to solidify the top six spot. Although it's not guaranteed, Mudkey is in fifth place at the moment with 83 points, just ahead of Smiley with 81 points, and 5 points behind Mudkey in seventh place is Ruto. So Moonview Highway is a really fun pick for this last race because it's very front run heavy and you want to stay in the front. It is really bad to get hit that early. 0 coins and a lot of boost paddles means a lot of speed lost, but trailing a red means Mudkey is a danger to everyone around him. And everyone on this track is looking to move up. And again, it's all about finding the right opportunity to do so. Triple reds in front of you. is not something you want to see, but I'm interested to know.
Oh my.
Wow, what a
Wow.
trail from Q. Call it luck, call it skill. The danger is out of the way, and there's still fire in front to contend with. Oh
Oh
no, the
no.
bump off. And sometimes there's just a lot of ways to be barred on your way to the top. But Mudkey back up in fifth. That's where he wants to be. That's where he needs to be. Mudkey needs a good race here to stay alive. And
Oh
the
no.
bomb car, it just came out of nowhere. And oh no, is there panic from Mudkey right now?
You have to stay calm. He did pull a star, and Q is building up into seventh right now. Only pulling a single shroom, but you can't get under pressure. You have to make do of what you have. The ball not blowing up on Q is shocking, but Q now has triple mushrooms with 10 coins, and Mudkey has 10 coins as well, starting up into fourth, and both of our true POVs are up in the top, dodging a red shell with the wall. Both of these players trailing, as well as a boomerang in second because the triple nanas got ghosted. They just have to maintain their spot. Rampage opts to not throw the boomerang back to not cause any mayhem behind him, and somehow Mudkey and Q were able to recover their hits at the beginning of the race to get into finals. What the heck just
Wow.
happened?
That was a Black Friday level of scramble up to the front. Me versus the world. The trails were all out. There were triple shells, just all defense all the time. Everybody trying to turtle and just defend their ground, stand their ground from everybody desperately trying to come up during lap 3 at the end, which happens in all races of Mario Kart, but especially exciting in the last race of the semifinals when every single point is so crucial, as we see the difference between Smiley and Rudo making it is 1 point. Rudo is eliminated at 83 points. 83 points is a good score. That's decent, but it is not enough to make it into the final round. Making it into the finals from room 1, Rampage, Q, Frenchman, Mudkey, James, and Smiley. Wow.
I mean, what a
Wow.
great last race to end on. And this is where it gets exciting. These are the 12 best players in this tournament. And now it really is, it comes down to whoever gets first place. Now it really matters. You can't just necessarily play for third or fourth. You're not just playing to get onto the next round. You are playing for first place now. It all comes down to this. And wow, I mean, after that, I mean, if you're Q and Mudkey, you got to be feeling great because of that last race is exactly what you needed, and having that momentum going into the next last round is perfect. If they can keep that momentum and keep playing like that, they have a good shot at winning some money.
Yeah, everybody has a good shot as long as you're in the final round. But it will start from 0 points. It will be a fresh set of 12 races, and we will have the prize pool up for grabs in the final round. Congratulations to all of our finalists. We will introduce them when the results of the other semifinal room come out. This has been a lot of good action. And as we predicted, a lot of small decisions and a game of inches and trails and microscopic speed differences and bumps making huge differences in people's races. And those who came out on top just played it that much better. And we'll get you the results of the other room in a little bit after a short break. And when we come back, we will start to introduce the final round of Retro Rally. We will see you then. Welcome back, everybody. It's time. Are you ready? Because we're about to get underway with the final round of Retro Rally number 9, the last one, the finale. This room is what everybody's worked for. This room is worth the money. We have first place taking home 90 US dollars, second place taking home 40, and third with $20. So there is money on the line. And unlike all the other qualifying rounds, there ain't no qualifying. There is just a top 3 prize pool. Angle, what can we expect to see from our racers today? How excited are you for this?
I am so excited to watch this final room. This is the best Mario Kart we're gonna see today, because this is the top 12. They've come all this way. They've played hours on hours of Mario Kart. These players might be really tired, but that motivation to just try to win some money here might be what's keeping their stamina up, because this is like, it's just a lot of Mario Kart, and right now we're gonna witness probably the best races we've seen all day, because it is all or nothing. There is no moving on to a next round. It is just whatever place you get is how you end it off on. But I mean, no matter what place these players get, they should be proud of themselves. Top 12 is no easy task, and I think we're going to see some great races.
I have no doubt of that. And it's been a tough battle, a difficult journey to get here. Over 4 hours of Mario Kart, 4 other rounds these players had to get through. Lots of hardships, green shells, red shells, blue shells, lightning bolts. But they've made it through all of it and gotten to the culmination, the final round of Retro Rally. Here we see a bunch of our star players, names we've seen before in previous rounds, and they've made it all the way here to the surprise of very few. We'll get those names on screen for you shortly, but rest assured they are battle hardened and maybe a little bit weary. I want to talk for a second about how long we've been playing today. With 130 or so entrants, it's been a lot of Mario Kart. And playing for a couple of hours or doing anything for this prolonged period of time, it has to take a toll on you physically and mentally. But I have faith that we are going to see the most physically and mentally capable players push through, especially through, the back half of this competition. The last 6 races, you're going to have to lock in, make the best plays available, and be pure, precise, and have the best technique in the room if you're going to take home the money.
Yeah, I mean, now is the time that these players really have to be wary of how they play their game. They can't afford to make small mistakes like they were able to in the earlier rounds, because they just had to get top 6 to move on. If you want money, you've got to play near perfect game, because yes, there is that luck factor, but you got to do everything you can, you got to use your items to your advantage and try to make the good plays to get into a money's position, because it is now or never.
And here are our finalists: Mudkey, Garchomp, Daniel, Byakuga Togami, Goody, Q, Mario, Zero, James, Dugo, James, and Smiley. Usually when I look at a board like this, I try and predict who's going to come out on top. But just like last round, there's so much talent here. This is such a star-studded roster of players. You really just don't know until we get into the action who's going to get up to the front, who's going to be able to maintain their position and stay focused and play well enough to maintain that top position.
Yeah, I mean, the talent in this room is insane. I mean, they're here for a reason. Like I've said in the past couple of rounds, these players are some of the best, and we're here to see how they perform under the spotlight in this final FFA, this final Retro Rally. And this is a perfect way, to send off Mario Kart 8 Deluxe in its in this kind of format, it it's beautiful to see in a way. It's just like this is such a strong way to end it off on, you know?
This is Mario Kart. And what this tournament is a celebration of the esport, the game, the competition. And, Retro Rally number 9, this is technically a retro rally, right? So it is a celebration. It's a culmination. We've had a bunch of retro rallies in the past where we've celebrated past Mario Karts, but this is Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. All 7-8 years it's been out. The culmination of strategies, racing, technical skill, item play. This is it. These are our 12. And these 12 are going to duke it out. They are going to give their heart and soul into every single turn, every single item throw, every single crossing of the finish line. And at the end of the day, we will have a crowned winner of Retro Rally number 9. But standing in between these racers and the prize money are 12 grueling races against, no doubt, opponents they might be familiar with and opponents they know are going to give them a steep amount of competition.
Yeah, and here we are getting started onto Garchomp's POV starting out, and we're already seeing some interesting track picks. Some we've seen before, we see Singapore, we see Madrid, we see DK Mountain, and BC3, but we're also seeing some little bit of a wild card picks. Sky Garden is a bit of a niche track pick. Ribbon Road, also one another very technical track. But we're going to be going back to Madrid Drive to start off this last free for all of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Are you excited? Because I'm excited.
Oh, yeah, baby. This is why we're here. The culmination. This is the apex, the climax of the event. And we have 12 exciting races to view and enjoy and see the top level of competition at its purest form. Madrid Drive is a great way to start out. One of the top tier city tracks, in my opinion. Lots of good driving, tight turns, good necessary execution, and we're starting off very, very spicy with 2 sets of triple bananas. Garchomp has to be really careful here out of the gate as there's multiple red shells. This mushroom is the ticket up to the front, but the ticket has to be kept safe up until that point. It is kept safe. There's the front run presence.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, getting trailed out. Might have been able to dodge that if Garchomp had just been able to get the trail out first, but we are coming out swinging. These racers are letting each other know, like, this is my ground, and I'm going to keep you out of it. We are playing very, very safe and protective here up in the front.
Yeah, I mean, this is what it all comes down to. Mudkey having these triple bananas, this is a very good position because, he does only have 5 coins, but having those triple bananas, it makes everyone else respect your space because, having a little bit of a slower speed forces players to slow down themselves and give you your space, so they can't really go shroom up and pass them. But now he's in 4th place with another set of triple nanas, going to try to red out Q, who just took the shroom cut after the glider, but is going to have protection for it. And now Q in a solid position, triple greens, opting to be aggressive to try to get rid of this fire, and it does force out the fire to be used. And now a lightning used. He does get into the item set. It looks like Rase did dodge, so now he's going to be up into 2nd place. Q pulling shrooms and triple greens for protection. He's going to be able to take this shroom cut. Well, going to get fired out in the process, but is able to take the shortcut in the end. A blue shell comes out, but it did look like 1st place was able to dodge. And now Q has triple greens here, going into the soccer field or football field. Going to be able to defend yourself. Going to be able to defend himself from any oncoming danger, but opts to just throw them all back to try to get any players in his way. Fortunately, he did not get punished for throwing all of his defense out and still being able to take 3rd place. While it looks like Garchomp did end up in the back, as well as Mudkey, 9th and 11th respectively. I think we're already starting to see some of the chaos in this final FFA room.
Well, as we know, Q is very, very familiar with the fire item. Got it 3 times in a race in a previous round. And it's all about risk assessment and risk management. Taking the shortcut at the end of Section 2 was really good. Mudkey was not able to pull a mushroom while Q was. So he was able to get that opportunity and use it to gain a more favorable position. But after that item set, it's triple shells versus fireball. And the players both recognized that it's either you or me. So they were both going for the fast kill on the other in order to create that space. And it ended up being a little bit of a draw since the lightning bolt kind of broke up the fight. But you can see the advantage state trying to be gained by everyone to the best of their ability. Q at the end had no mushrooms to try and move up, so might as well try and keep everybody behind down by backing the greens, which are able to bounce off the walls and hit other people. Speaking of, the people behind him pretty much only had mushrooms, so that was his ticket to maintaining a third place, which he did a very good job of maintaining. DK Mountain, I believe this was Q's pick as well. Garchomp isn't going to be having too much of a good time on the Yoshi bike, but as we saw in a previous round, I believe either the first or second round, Garchomp knows his way around the mountain and is not too daunted by the task of getting a good spot on this track. But DK Mountain, the spots are going to spread out pretty early, and no doubt these players know how prevalent the lightning bolt is on this track. As it becomes available as of now, as the bottom 4 spots are no doubt trying to roll for and obtain the lightning bolt.
Yeah, with a track like this in its length, and especially with the cannon, a lot of the players are going to be able to split up very fast, and some of these item pulls are going to start to get a little bit crazy. Some of these players are going to start pulling maybe star. Here we see Mudkey with a star in 7th, so no doubt that the lightning can be in play. We see a lot of bills in play, so now it does give a lot of probability that a lightning can be pulled soon. We see already a blue shell is thrown, which means that it's probably likely we're going to see another blue shell by the end of lap 3. Mudkey unfortunately getting kind of pace locked by that boulder, so he's going to be end up getting hit by it. Q in 9th place is going to be unfortunately getting redded, but you know, he still has a star in 11th. Garchomp has a star up into 6th, which is a very good spot to be in. We can kind of see that these players are kind of expecting there to be a shock, and here it is. Unfortunately, Garchomp was not able to get his star in time. Q is gonna be able to have a bullet bill. Probably gonna use it in the cannon. I have not seen it used like that in a long time, but
That's a
he's gonna
strat.
be. Yeah, I have not seen that strat used in a long time. But he's gonna be able to. He's unfortunately not gonna be able to take the rock cut, but he does have shrooms in 6th. Doesn't have any defense, so. But if he does not get hit out here, he's in a very good position. This blooper can be very deadly, as losing that traction and taking this cut is very difficult. But Q is no stranger to taking this cut with a blooper, but unfortunately getting shocked. But fortunately, having shrooms to pick up right afterward, he's going to be able to get some tricks off on the bridge, and he's going to be able to get himself up into 2nd place. Mudkey following behind, getting 7th, and Garchomp falling lower behind into 9th place. Wow.
Any lesser players probably would have panicked on that blooper on the cut, because we've all been there, right? The blooper on the shortcut, it's so difficult to handle. You're asking yourself, when do I release this drift? When do I brake? Am I going to hit the wall? Am I going to fall off? But these players have all been here before. And even though Q earlier in the lap failed to get on top of the rock for that little mountain shortcut, able to use the opportunities that he got to claw back to the front, and a very fortunate shock was able to basically land on a mushroom and gain a speed boost for an easy 2nd place, which based on the position he was shocked in, which was 5th place, that's a significant point gain. And it's a game of inches. You take whatever lucky bounce that you can get, and Q got one of them on his
Yeah.
track.
Yeah, I mean, that is just a perfect position to be in if you're Q. And now we're going into Waluigi Stadium. I think we've seen this track a few times already today. I don't remember exactly, but this track is notoriously kind of a shroom up track, kind of like a little bit like DKM. It kind of favors the back spots sometimes, but you can get a pretty big breakaway, especially if you pull a mushroom on this first set. And that is exactly what these players are going to be trying to be playing for. They're going to try to get this mushroom here and try to break away early. And Garchomp has exactly that. He does have this mushroom, going to be able to save it for the shroom cut. Having a little bit of an awkward bounce. That Yoshi bike drift is a little bit little bit deadly sometimes, but he's gonna be able to take this shroom cut, gonna be able to get a draft, and gonna get some items here, and he's gonna be able to maintain himself upper mid spot, staying in fifth, sixth place. He's gonna have another shroom, maybe to save for the end of for the start of lap two to cut up again. We see Q here planting up, opting to go to this top path to collect some extra coins because, as we know, coins are very important for keeping your speed. And another early blue shell, which again, we're probably going to have see another blue shell by the end of this race. Garchomp getting redded out, might have been redded out by Q, but he does have more shrooms, going to be able to take the shroom cut, but has to be wary that Q still does have one more red. So if he does shroom up, there is a possibility that Q will punish him for it and just red him out.
It's a great decision by Q at the end of lap one to go up for coins
Ooh.
because coins are so scarce on this track, especially when the lightning bolt takes out 3 coins from everyone struck. Back down to 5 coins after all that coin collecting. Not in a bad spot though. Able to get mushrooms, and there's the domino effect. And there's that duel that I was talking about before. 2 people with triples just sometimes you can't help but collide with each other, and when one person dies, they present the ability to be a traffic cone to the people behind them, and it's a bit of a domino effect as we see multiple people realizing this is lap 3, this is the last chance to catch up, but at what cost? Where is the window? Where is the opportunity? Mudkey is able to dodge the plant, dodge a lot of the shells. This horn is really good. Do we use it now or save it for red shell defense? Very patiently holds it. Don't need to use it yet, only if there is a danger. Good patience on the horn. Doesn't really matter as shock comes in, but we just need to stay safe from now on. Garchomp dodging the shock in a star, able to move up. Golden was used to fulfill its purpose up to 4th place. Very fortunate shock dodge, but using the opportunities available to them to get that 4th place up to 17 points and up to 8th place. It's not over yet. Still early. It's a momentum-based game. And right now, you're a little ways into the competition. You got the nerves out, and the money's out there, up for grabs. Garchomp is in not the best of positions, but as long as you realize it's still winnable, there is a way to get back up to the front, even on the Yoshi Bike not friendly tracks, like Waluigi Stadium, like DK Mountain. So I have no doubt that Garchomp is an absolute warrior and will find a way to claw their way back into this competition.
Yeah, for sure. I think a lot of Yoshi Bike players, because there are those tracks that are picked against them a lot because, they're just bad on, there's inherently worse to play a Yoshi Bike on those kinds of tracks, on like DK Mountain, on and Waluigi Stadium, that those Yoshi Bike players kind of gain. Look, they get a lot of practice from these tracks, so they're kind of used to it by now. So they can still manage to get good spots on those kinds of tracks, like Garchomp did, even if it's not a Yoshi Bike friendly track. Now we're going into Thwomp Ruins, and a base game track that we don't really see often. But I'm a really big fan of this track. We see this no item shortcut at the beginning that these players take. A lot of bumps at the beginning. We see a lot of players holding the shrooms because there really isn't, besides that beginning shortcut, there really isn't any other ways to catch up on this track. So if you can get a break, you can get a really big lead on this track and keep that first place for a majority of the race.
What you want to do at the start of this race is be up in the front, which we can see from Kremsu up in the top spot. There's a lot of danger in the upper mids, lots of trails, as if to say, that's body language for it. Don't mess with me. All right, I'm going to hold my spot. And if you pass me, you put yourself in danger of being redded. And the front is also important, especially since the blue shell is now on cooldown. After the blue shell is thrown, after the danger is gone, that presents such an opportunity. It's the green light for people to move up, which Q has chosen to do here. Defense in first. Do we recycle this for another point of defense? No, because Daniel is right behind with another red shell. Gets another defense, okay. Have a banana in first. Shock is available. I'm not sure if we're at distance. There's, in my mind, a low chance for a lightning bolt. Let's see if second place notices that Q does not have defense. This could be bad if Daniel has a red shell and knows that Q doesn't have defense. No, Q's able to take first. The bomb on the glider is deadly.
Oh. That bomb was
Oh,
insane. I think he hit out he hit one or two people on the glider, and now Mudkey is in second with a banana and a mushroom. Doesn't have anything to hit out Q with. Might opt to try to play a little bit aggressive to try to get 3 more points in the first, but only getting another shroom. Q has defense with the banana anyway, so he's going to be able to take a clean first place. Mudkey following behind in second, but that was just beautifully played by Q.
wow. Good players get good items, and that
Yeah.
bomb was a great item to get, especially on a choke point like that glider. Now, on lap 3, you don't have to take the glider on Thwomp Ruins, but it's generally considered a good idea, especially since the shock was still in play. The lightning bolt could have been in play, and as we all know, if you're on a glider, you gain that increased speed. So being on glider would have been much faster. So that's why people generally opt to take that route. The unknown factor of Q getting that bomb, nobody knew that he had that bomb. Not even Q at that time. The item box was still rolling, but he knew it was defense. He knew he had to back it, and it just so happened to be a great item to repel the rest of the racers behind him and set him up into first place overall. And Daniel, surprisingly, who got the worst of that bomb, down to 17 points, one of the stronger notable players in this competition, near the bottom. But again, like I said before, still plenty of time. This could be interesting. Scooty is not as fast as Teddy Buggy, so Q needs really tight lines. And there already we see a bump, a Teddy Buggy into the front, and it's already really bad for Q. If he had stayed in front and not gotten bumped, he would probably be in first right now with a coin advantage and in a great spot. But we can see it's a game of inches, of milliseconds. And just because Q is on Mr. Scooty and not Teddy Buggy, he's all the way to the back. Not even getting hit, just from a simple bump. We can see just the domino effect that these decisions, these track picks, these skill level, the combination of all this has in this room. And it is just an impressive display of skill, planning, and execution from all these racers.
Yeah, I mean, I believe this was Q's track pick, so obviously he is comfortable on this track, so I have no doubt that he might be able to come back and catch up back into the front, but it will take a lot of work because this is a very strong running track with only one kind of small shortcut at the end. As we can see, Mudkey here with double defense in second and Zwo in first place. I believe there was no blue shell thrown yet, so they have to be cautious and be careful because it still definitely can be in play. The distance on the players there might be a shock in play, but I don't know if the distance is just enough yet, but there is always that possibility. Even on a track with no shortcuts, the shock is still can be deadly because if any players dodge it with a bullet bill or a star, they will gain a lot of speed and they will catch up very quickly. We see Mudkey with double reds might be able to double red Zero and take over first place or opt to play a little bit defensively. The Ghost is going to have to change his plan a little bit because he's only going to have one red shell. Might be able to pull two more at this final set, but pulling triple shrooms instead. But the blue shell is coming out just in time. He might be able to hit Zero, but he does have that glider momentum, so he might be able to pass the line. And it looks like he did get that glider momentum to pass the line just in time. So Mudkey was only able to get second place, but still a pretty good race overall for Mudkey. Q falling down to I believe that was ninth place. So, but he's still second overall with 47. Rampage in first with 49. He's still in a good spot. He's still in a money position. But it's still early. It's still first half. But he might need to reevaluate his track picks. That was his track pick, but the Scooty Teddy difference just made that little bit of a difference there, as we saw from the beginning of him getting bumped out.
That finish was so close. And it comes from a lot of factors. Just if you're Zoe there and you don't drive that as fast as he does, then you're either losing first place and just barely getting second. Or if there's any other significant driving error, that blue hits a lot earlier and all of a sudden you're losing more than just second. So, wow, that 15 points, we'll see if that matters and how much that matters, but that was absolutely earned. That was a photo finish, and that could not have been much closer than it could have been.
Yeah. And here we are on Coconut Mall, another shroom up track, kind of similar to Waluigi Stadium. We see Garchomp is gonna opt to stay in the back, way behind everyone else. As everyone else is gonna try to just pull mushrooms and take that big shortcut at into the shop at the beginning, which is really the only major shortcut on this track. But it is such a big shortcut that trying to play for it is really ideal. As we see, Mudkey is gonna opt to go to the top path. I think he just turned on motion because this motion glider is pretty powerful. You do gain a lot of speed from it. He's gonna opt to take the coins first because of the shortcut and because of the motion glider. You can just play from the back at the beginning. You don't have to be in the front right off the bat. You can play a little bit slow on this track. There is a lot of time to catch up, but players do have to be careful because there could be a lightning at any point, or you could just get backed by green shells like Hugh just did, unfortunately. But these players kind of have to play this track a little bit cautiously because anything could really happen.
Speaking of anything can happen, I think a lightning bolt is really, really likely because these bottom four players have been staying in the bottom four for a while. They're pretty much all in stars. There's no bullet bills in play, so that makes you think there's either some in pocket, trying to be unleashed in the shortcut. This is such a bad spot to be in for Garchomp. It just, not a good chance to move up in the pack besides being in bottom four. But Blue Shell connects on the first place. I think it's dodged, either shroomed or horned. And there's the lightning bolt. Finally, in a bullet bill, Q out of the bullet bill extension, able to, I don't know if he has motion on. Let's see. Yes, this is the motion golden strat. This will take him to the finish line. A hit won't do much. He doesn't want to get hit, obviously, but no hit into 5th place. Like we talked about in the previous round. You don't need the big races. You just got to live paycheck to paycheck. Get those decent races. But unlike what we talked about before, this is not a qualifying round anymore. Q is in 2nd place, 6 points behind 1st. And though he would have liked a bigger race than that, you take what you can get, step by step, one race at a time, one lap at a time, one turn at a time. You got to stay in it mentally. And that has to feel good for Q.
Yeah, I think dodging that shock at the end and just cutting up to get that 5th place was huge. Just getting everything you can get and, cutting a little, you have to stay close with your competition, especially when it's the final round. Obviously, you want to get 1st place because you want the most money. But, he is still pretty comfortable in that top 3. 2nd place, you still get some money, obviously not as much as 1st place. So you do want to play for 1st place. But again, you can just take what you can get. A winning spot is a winning spot, and I think he knows exactly that. And I like how he's playing right now. I think he's playing very well, and I think all our players are playing very well. And now as we're going into the later races, it's really going to have to start to show that these players are going to have to make their moves sooner rather than later because they're running out of time as we enter the second half again onto Yoshi's Island.
Yo, look at Poochie on the mailbox. He's snoozing. Hi, Poochie. Always got to say hi to Poochie when we get into Yoshi's Island. We've seen this in the previous 2 rounds, which I personally love. One of my personal favorite tracks. I don't know if that red shell connected onto anybody, but this is a good spot to be in for Garchomp, especially if you can get a box and red out some competition, which it looks like is going to happen. Another red shell, a mushroom to get up to the front. We see a lot of mushrooms up in front. This is really good pace for the front of the pack. Let's see if we can hit the cloud. They should be able to. It should be on the right side, maybe coming up. Yeah, very easily gotten. That's a really, really fast pace. Trust me, I know Yoshi's Island. These racers are shamoving on this track as Q smartly lets Mudkey into 1st place, as that is crucial blue shell defense. And I think Q, as that red shell approaches, Q actually tanks that red shell for Mudkey. We've seen this before. These players are not teaming. This is objectively the correct way to play this race from both players' perspectives. Q does not have defense from the blue shell, which is on its way right now, but Mudkey does. So the blue shell is going to be no longer a factor after he dodges it here. Mudkey opts to stop because he knows Q has a red shell. He wants to dodge any red shell for lack of defense after the blue shell connects. But in all the confusion, the cloud is missed. This opens the window for the rest of the pack to make their move up to the front. As we see, I believe, Dugo up to the front with double shrooms. This is really good for Dugo. He's going to cut up there Mudkey and Q are now no longer friends as they no longer benefit from each other's items. Mudkey says, "See you later, Q." And Dugo up in the front with another mushroom, going to cut up to the front and set himself up. Oh no, not opting to take cut, as the blue shell is once again in play. Calculated risk, just in case the blue shell was pulled at that middle set. Dugo around the last turn, Cloud's on the right. Do we hit it?
Oh,
No. Can we hit the cloud? We cannot hit the cloud.
we
Guys,
cannot hit
hit
the
the cloud. We're going around the last turn. Wait,
Who was that?
did Dooku hit the cloud on his screen? Or did he just shroom? I think he just shroomed up.
I think it
But
did
wow,
just shroom up.
not a whole lot of change in positions, even though the cloud was missed by the top spots. Maybe a tactical miss now that I think about it from Dugo, because he had no need to hit that cloud. He had a shroom in hand. He was taking that cut regardless. But for Garchomp, that was almost a critical misplay. Did not end up costing him any spots. But man, we just cannot hit the goddamn cloud on Yoshi's Island.
Yeah, that was very interesting to see. I mean, maybe it was a tactical miss by first place because he was just able to take the shroom cut regardless, so he was able to gain a lot of space from second place. But I don't even know when that cloud was hit. It looks like it was like a bottom spot that hit the cloud, so it just didn't really affect any of the positions. And I guess no one could just hit the cloud at the end, and that's just how the race played out.
I'm looking at a replay, and I think everybody behind fourth was able to take the cloud. So you're right, it was hit by like a middle spot, and that's part of the fun and skill expression on Yoshi's Island. Whether Dugo missed that cloud or not on purpose, that was the win condition. Second, third, and fourth needed that cloud to be hit. Well, technically not second, since Garchomp didn't lose a spot. But third and fourth, no doubt, moved back a little bit for lack of hitting that cloud. And that's one of the reasons why that track is so cool.
Yeah, I mean, whether he was on purpose or not, he played that very well, and Dugo did exactly what he needed to do to keep that first place. And here we are onto his track pick, I believe, on Hyrule Circuit. This track is the notable thing on this track is the no item shortcut at the end. You know, that is the defining feature of this track. You know, there are three item sets on this track, but that last one, you lose a lot of time not taking that shortcut at the end. So it's practically not worth it in most cases to get that item and just opt to just gain some speed. Now at the beginning, you know, lap one, lap two, you can go for that item set because if you're in the back, you do need some items to catch up. But if you're in the front, you kind of have to just risk not taking another item. So you have to hold that item from the second set for a while if you wanted to keep your defense, because there really is not that many items in play on this track. And Q is pulling a blue shell. I don't know if first place has protection, but he does have this golden to burn first. He's still holding onto this golden. I wonder when he's going to start activating it. Maybe he's just holding it for the start of lap 3, but he does have to be careful of these triple greens by James, because he does have to respect the space. I mean, he does have the golden shell to recover, and now he's going to be able to use it through the cut and gain a lot of positions, going up to 5th. Probably going to throw his blue shell right after. Yup, and now he's going to be able to get another item. And this pack is very, very close. Pulling triple shrooms here is pretty good, but it does leave him defensiveless. So we see a star in 5th. Garchomp up in 2nd with a ring. In range to get first place out, and does hit out first place. It looks like it was hit out Dugo. Dugo was still able to run up in the front, but it looked like he did have a shroom, might be able to recover. But now is Rysek in 1st, and they are fighting for first place. That is an unfortunate bump, and I think he got fired out there. Q up into 3rd with triple nanas, going to play defensively and maintain his 3rd position, and Mudkey falling down to a 10th place.
Wow.
And Garchomp getting 9th. Wow.
There was a lot of similar circumstances this race as last one, with Dugo and Garchomp in the top 2, shroom in hand for Dugo, but the correct play was made. The boomerang hit true. That was pretty much one of the only opportunities he would have to eliminate Dugo and put himself into a winning position, Garchomp. But just the combination of the tightness of the track, the bumps on the necessary no item shortcut, and the fire after, it was just a losing combination that you look back and wonder, could I have done anything different? And it's hard to tell in the moment, because every race, every item play is just so close and so critical to each player's success. But again, like we talked about before, you can't dwell on it too long because we're already going into the next race and we only have so many races left before we crown a winner.
Yeah, now we are entering the last Grand Prix, and I believe Q is in first place by I think it was 3 points, 3 or 4 points, but it is very close. And this track, we've seen this track before. Again, there is that shortcut at the beginning that can people can take at the beginning and get a lot of space from all the other players. Or you can opt to stay in the back, just get your coin count up and take those shortcuts later and catch up later because they are pretty big shortcuts. But this track is still pretty short compared to a lot of other ones. So you do have to make your move pretty quickly and you have to get your game plan established fast. Mudkey up here in fifth with a Rang, might be able to play a little bit aggressive here. Having a bomb now, going to be trailing a bomb, so players going to have to respect his space because he could just drop this at any moment and killing any of someone's race if they fall victim to that bomb. It doesn't look like anyone did get hit by the bomb, but having more offensive items with a fire after the Rang, Q having a star in pocket after Shrooms, getting hit by the blue line, unfortunately. But again, another early blue shell, so there could be another one at the end of lap 3. Having triple reds after the star. Mudkey in ninth with a Rang. Gonna opt to chain it to get a ninth place box. Having Shrooms and a star. Very good position to be in if there is a shock pulled. Q with even more fire. This guy is just having fire every race. Opting to throw it up, not being able to hit anyone with it, but having a red shell afterward. Pulling double reds. James does not have any protection at least from what we see, and it looks like he did get hit out. Q having protection of his own, getting triple nanas, going to be able to play a little bit defensively because he can't really throw those up. Maybe opt to use drop them now so he can take the shortcut. Now having a green shell, but there is a horn in third. Smartly slows down to avoid getting horned out and still maintains third place, but he doesn't have any protection. But it doesn't look like there is any danger behind him. Another blue shell does not look like it's going to be able to hit in time, and he manages to keep himself in third place.
What an ending to that race. During the middle of lap 3, I was thinking to myself, there's two sets of triples in third and fourth. These players can absolutely just stand their ground. There is no need to make any move. But they both get rid of the triples. Both players have Shrooms able to take the shortcut because the decision to take that risk, to get those points, is more important right now than standing their ground to get the average race. You need to go for the big points if you want to win this competition. And only a few of them made it out of that little situation alive, and Q was one of them. He took the right turns, was able to do the spacing just right, and keep his third place position and end up with a crucial 10-point boost in the standings. And man, this is such a close game at the top level. It's really showing these players' decision-making abilities in the tightest of scenarios and able to execute on them and gain the inside line, the top position, and boost themselves up to the front.
Yeah, and now only 3 races left. And now these players are going to start having to play a little bit aggressively or defensively, depending on what position they're in, because they have to maintain their positions or try to get that final push to get up to the top. And Q right now is in first place overall. So he's going to just try to maintain that position and try to end off with some money in his hand. Going on to Ribbon Road, another very technical track that a lot of these players will know how to drive, but it is very difficult, especially with this wavy section. The pace is very important on this track because getting that extra trick or getting that on this track is just very important to keep your speed up. But again, on this track, there is a shortcut at the end, so you can play this from the back and just cut up near the end of the race. But it all depends on how the players decide to play their race. As we can see, Mudkey shrooming up at the end, getting up into fourth and third place. Blue Shell is out early, so again, the common theme is that there might be another Blue Shell at the end of lap 3. But he does have a Shroom red shell behind. He's going to be able to take this cut and opting to throw the red to be aggressive. Looks like both first and second place got hit out, and now he is in first place with double protection. Not going to be able to have any Shroom to take the cut or any protection from the blue shell. As we see, Q is back here in 10th place with a Shrooms and Star, but not able to use the Star in time. He's going to be shocked in a pretty bad spot. He's going to have to hope for maybe a bullet bill to catch up fast. Garchomp getting a blue shell of his own is not what you want to see to catch up, because that only targets first place. And we see that first place does have Shrooms for the blue shell that is now thrown. We see a plant by Dugo, but getting hit out immediately after. I believe that was by the blue line. First place does have a little bit of a break, but it looks like second place is going to be able to cut in front unless there's some lag on the minimap, so we can't tell exactly. Nope, never mind. The orange Birdo is still in first, and Mudkey unfortunately driving off the track and then getting hit out immediately as soon as he is put back on the track. Garchomp in with a star in 7th is really good because he can basically end this race invincible. He's going to be able to cut up and take a few spots, and another shock is used. Q unfortunately dropping down to 10th, but Karch going to be able to recover a 4th place. Some necessary points if he wants to get back up into the top. And this room is very close going to the last 2 races.
You able to maintain the lead, but you're right. We've been seeing a lot more blue shells and a lot more shocks than we have in previous rounds. And part of that is just because these players know the game inside and out, and they know the best probabilities to put themselves into to get these items, these volatile, chaotic items. And this chaos and handling it throughout all 3 laps of the race is what we're seeing on display here. Risk management, when to use the dodge items, the star, the blue shell, etc. When to drop for the blue shell, when to be in first, when to not be. It's all a very, very delicate balancing act, like trying to balance 3 spinning plates. And it's such a difficult task to be able to think on that macro level with all the information you take in from the minimap and being able to actually execute that on the racetrack. And some of the players in here have the ability to execute. Some of those are falling a little bit behind in the point standings, but 2 races left. The highest points totals right now is Q at 85 points. Still anyone's game. On to Daisy Cruiser, which is typically seen as a strong front-heavy track. But personally, there's lots of drafts to be had in this first left turn and on the straightaway right after. Being in the front during the table section is really, really strong and important. Let's see who can break up to the front early.
Yeah, this track, even though some people really like to run this track, there is a lot of room to be able to draft and just shroom up in general, because you can just take some turns tighter with the shroom. And as well as even being a running track, the probability of a shock is still there. Sometimes the pack just breaks away just enough where that shock can be pulled, and it really shakes up the entirety of the race. We see Q up here with double shrooms in 4th, not going to be able to shroom past because of that red shell in front of him. We see the blue shell already thrown, so again, it could be another one later in the race. It was Garchomp now billing in last to try to make up some ground, and we see Q opting to shroom up, getting a little bit dangerous, shrooming up very close to these shells. And again, Q with more fire, going to try to get out these green shells in first place. I think there is still one rotating around, and there's this trail right next to him as well. He's going to have to play very, very careful. Going to have to go a little bit wide just to avoid these trails. Maybe giving up some points, but it's better to give up some points than lose a lot. But unfortunately, he's going to be hitting out, and again, no protection, only a shroom. So he does have that shroom to recover, but getting backed by the green on this turn is not what you want to see heading into the last item set. He does have triple greens. He might opt to play offensively to try to hit out some players to get some last chance points, but it looks like none of these are going to be able to connect. So he's going to fall down into 8th place.
He was showing to be the type of person to not play safe, to see the opportunity and just let the offense rip, which in a lot of situations he has the ability to do and the presence of mind to do. One thing I loved watching Q's race, the spacing from other players and their items was immaculate. The only thing, he dodged so many green shell trails, banana trails, uh, triple greens, etc. The only thing that he couldn't dodge was a red shell when he had no defense, which is just not really dodgeable in the first place. But another example of you do everything right and you still lose. But sometimes that's the way it goes. And with that, we have a new leader going into the last race. And that's James from seemingly nowhere, has had a lot of good races. I've noticed the Orange Birdo dodging up to the front. Ribbon Road dodged up to the front, has had a really good back half. And speaking of back half, we are going into DS Mario Circuit for the final race of Retro Rally. Is this the final race?
This is the
Yes,
final
it is.
race. Yes.
This is what
And
it all comes down to.
What a track. This track is notoriously known for being very favorable for the back spots because of how prevalent blue shells and the lightning bolt are. As we can see, we already see 3 players opt to drive backwards and everyone is just slowing down. Nobody wants to be the voluntary sacrificial lamb to run this track, but Garchomp is taking the challenge as he is going to be able to take a huge breakaway into first place. But on a track like this, that might not matter because one specific yellow item can change the entire outcome of the race, and everyone is trying to prepare to dodge it or pull it themselves.
We can see a lot of players fighting for coins. Speaking of yellow items, coins are really important, as we all know, to get our speed up. But as 30 seconds have passed during this race, the shock is available. We see a lot of bills being held. Garchomp is fairly safe in first, just as I say that blue shell comes out. But lots of these players eligible to roll for the lightning bolt. We are super far back, which increases the probability of it being pulled even further. And lots of people are making their move up to the front now, suspecting, smelling that the shock is available.
Oh no.
Bill being ghosted, might be catastrophic for Q. That Bill is such a good ticket up to the front, and he needs to beat at James by a significant margin, I would think, in order to take first place in the competition. Whereas James, the Orange Birdo, 2 spots in front. It all comes down to this. Lap 3 of DS Mario Circuit. The shock is available. The blue is available. When is the lightning bolt, one of the most iconic items in all of Mario Kart, going to show its head? Going to the shortcut. 2 dodges. Has to use it early after hitting the bush. This Bill should take him. Finally, he gets to use a Bill. Around one of the last few turns, around the final turn, James is in front.
No.
James finishes ahead of Q. James is looking really good to win this competition. We will see the final results after Q finishes an unfortunate 9th.
Oh
James
no.
1 of 3. James takes Retro Rally number 9. Now, we did have a disconnection. Zero, I believe, disconnected with 12 points on race 2. Not sure if that's close enough to matter.
I think that
doesn't look like it.
place. It ties with 5th place, but that does
Yeah.
put James in first place. Unfortunate
Wow.
race for Q. No shot being pulled. I'm very surprised because that breakaway from first place by Garchomp was, I mean, it was huge. And one last shout out to Q's YouTube, on the way to go. But wow, what an ending! And James coming out of nowhere. Really, we really didn't see his name much in the top spots until the very end. And you know what? He played his game right. He didn't go for the first place. He didn't play too aggressive. He just did what he needed to do, and in the end, that's exactly what he did, and he was able to take first place.
Great all-around play from James. Able to have a great back half. Lots of good races in the second half. Speaking of someone we didn't see a whole lot of, Daniel finishing second place. I believe I mentioned earlier, after like 4 races, he was down in 11th at like 12 points. He's all the way back up here in second place in the money on the podium, which just goes to show these players have an unshakable mental fortitude in order to not only play this much Mario Kart today, but persevere through all the rounds, through all the races, through all the shells, fire, adversity, and come out on the top of the competition. Wow, what a rally we've had today. It's been so exciting with lots of item plays, shocks, blues, just you name it. This is what Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is all about. And we saw all of it today. And what a treat it was to have some of the best in the business come together for a last hurrah for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe competition.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, I don't think there was a better way to end it. And I mean, great job to every one of these players for making it this far and performing this well in this room. This was no easy task to get up here. You know, this much Mario Kart, it's tiring, and you know, easy to get fatigued pretty quickly in a game like this, especially with that luck factor and just hoping that things will go your way. And in the end, it just went in the way of James, and wow, what a
He deserves
good
it.
treat to watch. Yeah, he earned that fair and square, and that's just how it ends.
That is how it ends. That is how it wraps for Retro Rally number 9. The finale, the last one, the sayonara to Mario Kart. I'm so glad to have been here to not only witness it, but cast it with you, Spicy. We have Nick broadcasting this entire stream as our production host. Nick is a fantastic host. Thank you, Nick. All of the Mario Kart Central administration, crew, Dylan, one of the main organizers for all of this. Thank you for our organizers for persevering through the disconnections, the lags, the organizations. We all come together as a community to make this happen. And what a result it's been. It's been so much fun. This is Retro Rally. This is Mario Kart. And this is how we send it off. All right. That will do it for our broadcast. Congratulations to our 3 winners, Q in 3rd, Daniel in 2nd, and James with a handy 1st place with a high score of 103. It's a very good competition right up until the very end. It's been a pleasure casting with you, Angle. And until next time, we will see you in the next installment of Mario Kart.
One more time. Hey,